a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us on a lovely Thursday morning right here in Lagos City. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Nigeria's non-oil revenue hit 20.59 trillion naira in 8 months, and this is according to the presidency. Federal government orders digital lenders to register within 90 days or face 100 million naira fine. Tinubu orders kickoff of health insurance across civil service. Putin says Russia will achieve all aims militarily if Ukraine does not agree deal. Paketa considering suing FAA after betting charges acquittal. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where the presidency on Wednesday revealed that the country's non-oil collections between January to August 2025 total collections reached 20.59 trillion naira. According to report, this marks a 40.5% increase from 14.6 trillion naira recorded in 2024, indicating a strong economic performance. The presidency, while welcoming the latest revenue figures for January to August 2025, says Nigeria is achieving unprecedented growth in non-oil collections, which it attributes to the direct result of reforms to improve the government's fiscal position and strengthen compliance and digitize tax administration. President Bola Tinubu had pointed reference to this positive growth trajectory in non-oil revenue mobilization on Tuesday while addressing a delegation of the Buhari organization led by Tanko Al-Makura. Tinubu highlighted the significant growth in non-oil revenues accruing to the Federation, federal, state, and local government. Moving on, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has mandated all digital lenders operating in Nigeria to register with the Commission within 90 days, warning that failure to comply will attract sanctions, including fines of up to 100 million naira or 1% of annual turnover, as well as possible disqualification of directors for up to 5 years. The directive is contained in the newly gazetted Digital, Electronic, Online or Non-Traditional Consumer Lending Regulations for 2025 issued by the FCCPC to address persistent consumer complaints against digital lenders. In a statement signed by the Corporate Affairs Director Ondaje Ijagu, the regulations made pursuant to Sections 17, 18, and 163 of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, primarily safeguarding consumers by establishing a comprehensive framework. These new rules, however, provide a legal framework requiring digital lenders to operate transparently, disclose loan terms clearly, adopt ethical recovery methods, and respect consumer privacy. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has directed the Secretary to the Government of the Federation to issue a service-wide circular to all ministries, extra-ministerial departments and agencies on the implementation of mandatory health insurance in line with the National Health Insurance Act of 2022. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, said President Tinubu also called for further closer and constructive engagement with the private sector on the act to ensure that businesses are not unduly constrained. The presidential directive reportedly aims to expand health coverage, safeguard workers, and reduce out-of-pocket health expenditures and promote accountability in public and private sector engagement. According to the president, MDAs must enroll their employees to the National Health Insurance Authority health insurance plan, insisting that all entities participating in public procurement must present a valid NHIA-issued health insurance certificate as part of their eligibility documentation. Now, to end the local news, British oil giant Shell has announced on Wednesday that it has abandoned construction of one of Europe's largest biofuel plants in the Netherlands, focusing on its fossil fuel business. The company, faced with weak market conditions, reportedly suspended construction of the renewable biofuel factory in Rotterdam last year, intended to produce sustainable aviation fuel and diesel from waste. The project was first announced in 2021 as part of plans to help Europe meet internationally binding emissions and their reduction target. According to reports, Shell warned investors last year that its second quarter results suffered a significant write-down owing to the shelved project. And on the foreign scene, President Vladimir Putin has revealed that Russia is willing to fight to achieve all its objectives if Ukraine does not agree to a deal. Putin revealed this in China after attending a huge military parade seen as a challenge to Donald Trump and the United States-dominated world order. Reports reveal that the United States president has tried to persuade Putin to end the war, but the Russian leader, while praising Trump's sincere desire, has so far not done so. Visiting Kyiv, UK Defense Secretary John Healey announced that Trump had brought Putin to the table and had not ruled out Putin more pressure on him. And also, more than 70 people, including more aid seekers, have been killed in Israeli attacks across Gaza since dawn as the army announces a new phase in the effort to seize its major urban center. Israel's far-right Minister Bezalel Smotrich, reportedly unveils a plan for Israel to annex nearly all of the occupied West Bank, urging Prime Minister Netanyahu to endorse it. Jeremy Corbyn, the former Labour Party leader, is set to host a two-day event examining the United Kingdom's role in Israel's war on Gaza, casting the tribunal as an attempt to bring about justice for the Palestinian people. Since the start of the war in October 2023, over 63,746 people have been killed, with 161,245 wounded across Gaza, while a total of 1,139 people were also killed in Israel during the October 7 attack. And now to sport, Lucas Paqueta could sue the Football Association following the conclusion of his betting case. According to reports, the FA charged the West Ham and Brazil midfielder with spot fixing, which was cleared in July, of misconduct. The full written reasons from an independent commission were published earlier on Wednesday, with the FA confirming they will not be appealing. While the FA did not comment when contacted, the association reportedly said it would not appeal the commission's decision. To end the news, Manchester United are in talks with local rivals Manchester City over a potential move for England midfielder Jess Park. The 23-year-old has 20 appearances for England and was part of the squad who retained their title at Euro 2025. Park has been at Manchester City for 8 years, impressing in a loan spell at Everton during the 2022-2023 season. The midfielder has become a regular for City, but United are looking to strengthen their squad as they prepare for a season in the Women's Champions League main stage. That does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first
problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce held a breakfast forum themed Media as a Bridge, strengthening Nigeria-South Africa ties through the MTN Media Innovation Program on the 27th of August 2025. The event brought together major stakeholders and partners in media and communications, mining, engineering, agriculture, and academic sectors from Africa. The event began with an opening remark by the chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Ije Jitema.
The media is not just a platform for communication. It is a powerful vehicle for influence, and it has the ability to shape perception, build narratives, and drive public discourse in the context of Nigeria and South Africa.
Having come this far, having laid the foundation, we are looking to a very, very bright future, a future that is galvanized by our coming together, the two countries, the key countries in the continent. There's such a lot for us to do, a lot that we can do together in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnership, in terms of exchanges from what happened today. Talking about the media, using the media positively, we need to understand the overarching objectives and vision of our continent and work towards that. And in terms of awareness, creating awareness, in terms of education, and so on, exchanges, I think that we have a lot cut out for us.
The guest speaker at the event, Tobe Okigbo, the Chief Corporate Services and Sustainability Officer, MTN Nigeria, spoke on the growth and goals of the MTN Media Innovation Program and its collaboration with the Pan-Atlantic University to groom and grow media personnel in Africa.
I think that media diplomacy is using storytelling to build that bridge between Nigeria and South Africa. Most of the comments you see online are from sentiment. As a journalist, I also cover the xenophobic attack in South Africa. But how many people actually go there to see things for themselves, right? And tell a balanced story. Because the danger of a single story is such that it is sprinkled with sentiments, because you're speaking for your brothers in South Africa and you're mad at the things you're hearing. But we had the privilege of going to South Africa ourselves last year, and we met with critical stakeholders. We spoke with stakeholders from the Department of International Relations, who are the South Africa Institute of International Relations. We were at the University of Johannesburg, and we were able to really understand the full spectrum of what was happening and the need for all of us to come together beyond just telling there are sad realities, no doubt, but when you understand the root causes, then you better understand what is happening, and then you can report it more objectively, right? And by the way, that's not the only thing happening in South Africa. You had the Consul General talking about how many Nigerians keep going to South Africa every day, the number of visa applications they get. So if South Africa is that bad, what are Nigerians looking for there? I mean, I think there's a tough love between both of us.
The second guest speaker, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, emphasized on the key role of the media in shaping international relations and perspective across borders while fostering global understanding and also the hopes of growth.
Recent years have brought a new, additional emphasis on technology transfer, entrepreneurship, and collaboration. On the other hand, the primary purpose of corporations is to deliver shareholder value or for startups.
As what are government officials, what are you guys doing about it? Why are you not doing anything about it? And then we realize that a lot of work is being done on the ground. The only question is, how is the media reporting this work, right? So when we went to South Africa and came back to Nigeria, we came back with a lot of clarity on how to tell better stories. How do we tell stories that do not lean into stereotypes, that provide more context, that provide more nuance? You get. So for instance, now everyone is always talking about, oh, South Africa does not like to issue visas to Nigerians, and then we went to South Africa and realized that that is not true, for instance. So MIP gave me clarity on how to tell more stories with context, with nuance, getting all sides of the stories before reporting.
In continuation of the event, it delved into a panel session consisting of brilliant journalists from various media houses on the theme of the event, addressing concerns and questions on the theme. The meeting ended on a joyful note with a speech by Osaya Bagiwa Osagi, former chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Felicia Phillips, ex-chairman of Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, and an unveiling of the new logo.
I think some of the problems we are having are policy issues. There are a good number of agreements that have been signed in the past but have not been implemented. And I think it behoves on the two governments to let for directives to be given to the ministries that the bilateral agreements that have been signed in the past should be implemented. Over 42 of them, to my knowledge, have been signed. So it's important that these agreements are implemented. And once they are implemented, you will find out that the various areas which they cover will be affected. I think we need to interact more. We need to have more exchange programs. We need to have more Nigerian students in universities going to South Africa on courses or on visits, exchange programs. And our friends from South Africa come in. The more we interact, the more we understand ourselves. At the end of the day, we are Africans and we are basically the same.
Amanda Amosikwe for Business Day Television.
Every year, residents in Lagos cry out for help during the raining season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents, the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are already caused the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through here inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the arguing who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizens, we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dots. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dots. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos, the way where me at see, because at least every 3 months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter. But you're not supposed to be like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter because of this is the road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in neighbors. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. It's a collective effort because there's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of these obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizens, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitude. If you look at the street of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude. We dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and they block the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens, and one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites, provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through? They block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such part, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment right here on the show. Of course, as we always do, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this alongside the very Onyeka Valentine right here in the studio, reporting from our Lagos studios here in Nigeria. Let's start off with what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. It takes us to a story which we had touched on slightly on Monday. It says, inside federal government's plan to list power assets on NGX. Federal government to consider financial performance and operational efficiency. We've spoken about the federal government planning to list two, I think one Genco, one Jesco, and two Discos on the NGX. So this is giving us a deeper scope into the conversation. It says, inside federal government's plan to list power assets on NGX. So that's the story right here on Business Day paper this morning. And the next story says UBA MasterCard launch prepaid card to promote financial inclusion. This is on page 29 of the paper this morning. And then it says long road to reforms, Nigeria's education reforms, how exam bodies can win back public trust. How can they win back public trust?
Well, in many ways, but more importantly, right, is to salvage integrity, really. Public trust. So what does public trust mean? Some people just think it's just, okay, you know what, we the public now trust you. It goes more than that. Public trust really means three major things. One, we can depend on you. Two, you will do what you have said, and you will say what you will do. And then thirdly, more importantly, we, the public, can now go to rest, having paid our tax, knowing that you would use what it needs to be done, use it properly to do what needs to be done. You know, and then every other one comes in as boys' quarters, if you know what I mean. But those three major things are key. So when someone says that, oh, public trust, it goes way beyond just one thing. There are a lot of other things that follow through. Remember, when you're dealing with the public, it is not just dealing with one person, right? You're dealing with millions of people. Anyone who is either on social media, anyone who is in a gathering, anyone who, you know, is call it what you may. Some will say a town hall. But in this case, it's going to be better than any other thing. Case for us to look at probably a different day. But more importantly, in making sure that public trust is gained, all loopholes needs to be covered. Also, may I remind us, when there is something ahead of us, a good example is 2027, which is very, very far. Politicians will tell you, we will do this, we'll do that, we'll do that. Yes, we didn't do this in the past. Please, don't worry, we'll do it moving forward. What are they trying to do? Gain your trust. Now, for people who forget the past, we quickly key into that and forgetting what it is that they've been through. I'll use that as an example. So when someone says, we'll do X, Y, Z, and they don't come through, always remember what they've said and hold them to account. These are the areas and hurdles that you must scale through to win back public trust. Whether it is in politics, it is in the economy, whether you are in whatever sector that you are a leader of, to gain public trust, you must say what you do and do what you say. Very, very important. And we, the public, will now review and hold it to account. But the question now is, can they gain public trust with what it is that is going through? That's the big question.
That's the big question. Let's move to the other story here this morning. Inside federal government's plan to list power assets on NGX. Federal government to consider financial performance and operational efficiency. This is an inside story from Tuesday. It says the federal government excited investors on Tuesday with the announcement of plans to list in its equity 3 power assets on the NGX, which had mentioned 2 well-performing electricity distribution companies and possibly 1 Genco generation company. So fresh details have since emerged and how the plans will be implemented. Sources familiar with the plan told BusinessDay that the choice of assets to be listed on NGX will be determined primarily by the financial performance and operational efficiency of the entities. And now this BusinessDay previously reported that it's part of broader efforts to reform the power sector and deepen capital market participation. And insiders said the listings will be designed to attract both institutional and retail investors.
Why haven't they mentioned which disclose and which Gencos? Let's move. So there's this thing I always remember when Professor Killer said, Anthony Killer, who obviously is a strategist, he says that look, that Nigeria and Nigerian government needs to stop talking in past tense, or let us be in the now, right? Not we will. We have done, we are doing, and these are the things that we will do, and these are the pinpoint areas. Let them call the names of the Gencos. Not okay. We will do where we would consider 1, 2, X, Y, Z. We took this news yesterday, right? They've been talking about it since last week. So has the federal government come through with a follow-up? If not, hopefully in another 1 month, we'll come and talk about it again. Okay, unless now look at the case of let them just keep patching until people get tired and move on to the next thing. I know Nigerians, we don't have to stay in one place for too long. Once we see that, look, this is not yielding, results not coming out of it, we quickly move to the next thing because we don't want to waste our energy. We're already going through a lot, right? And if for the common Nigerian, let these so-called Gencos or discos, let them just deliver, right, and give service for money they're being paid for, whether it is in units or, call it what you may, electricity bills or tariffs. The major thing is let them be functional. Whether federal government wants to list them into NGX, or that is their own cup of tea. List them out. Let us know which one. Don't put all of us on anticipation, right? So that we don't begin to wonder, are they just doing this as a charade, right? Matter of fact, what would be the benefit if they, bring them into this NGX? What's the outcome? All this is what we really want to see moving forward, really. And let's not just say, okay, federal government plans.
No, they will actually list, and we'll be looking out to see which of these GenCos and which of these DISCos will be listed. We'll be looking out so that investors can also be on the lookout and know where to, which of the stocks to buy. But let's go to the other paper this morning. Let's move to the Vanguard paper this morning and see what we have on the Vanguard paper. It says, insecurity, I have to create state police. This is from President Tinubu. Declare state of emergency in North to save us. NEF. Declaration excites Afenifere and ACF, MBF and others. Nothing has changed in Yale water since Tinubu's Benue visit, says TIV leader. Nations must link security with good governance to check terrorism. And this is from the defense minister. On the top left-hand side of the Vanguard paper this month says, alleged terrorism. DSS docks 9 over killings in Benue and Plateau. And on page 13 of the Vanguard paper this morning, federal government not using anti-corruption agencies to witch hunt opposition. On page 13, exciting news for Nigerians who love public holidays a lot. It says, Eid al-Malud. Federal government declares tomorrow as public holiday. Of course, this doesn't affect us in any way. Sadly,
we are the
essential services, we keep working as to report the news. And then on the top banner says price hike, no subsidy on CNG, says the federal government. And then we have a picture story yet. UK Prime Minister's trade envoy visit, and then you see the picture of the UK trade envoy to Nigeria, Florence Shalomi, as well as Mr. Johnny Baxter, the British Deputy High Commissioner, and then the other person here, Mr. Ben Ainsley. And then on page 9 it says NLC to federal government, emulate states that pay above 70,000 naira minimum wage. We've been talking about this since 2 days now. 8 of the paper says Sirica blames Air Peace United Asman for failure of Nigeria Air. And on page 8, still on page 8, US cites security concerns for visa revocation.
Oh my. Maybe I should jump with this US.
Feel free to jump.
So I think the United States, let me put it this way, I think Donald Trump has far more bigger problems than that. You should worry about the just completed meeting, right? That China, put in place where they did their own quote unquote arms fair, kind of, right? You should worry about that. Because the coalition of that powerhouse, that on the left you had Putin, you had you had Modi, you had, I can go on and on. You had North Korean president also. Look, you should worry about that and forget about this visa issue. There is a new world order coming up, and China is at the middle center of it. You need to see. Did you see the video, the display of the arms? China is on a different level. So I think the issue of this visa thing or no visa thing, this is not the time for US to keep making, creating far more difficult or bottlenecks when it comes to traveling.
Right.
Really, they need allies. You can't keep on making yourself, unreachable. Because the more you tighten these things, so Donald Trump is the businessman. He believes that the more he creates, hurdles on hurdles, the United States will become far more important for people want to go to. Yes, I understand that strategy, but there's only, to an extent where people just say, you know what, let's just boycott this issue and move on to the next thing. And believe it or not, the world is beginning to gravitate towards other countries now, right? Right? And people are beginning to learn Mandarin like a joke. You know, the world is beginning to understand that, look, for what it's worth, instead of to spend too much money trying to get visa back and forth, denial, because the amount of denial is getting out of hand, right? You go to the U.S. embassy and you're coming out, you know, you're not getting your, is it white or is it blue paper? I forgot how you do it anyways. What I'm trying to say is, I think Donald Trump has a bigger issue to deal with and should just soft pedal on this visa issue. It is getting to a point where Africans will now say, look, whether or not we travel to the US, we will not die. And begin to fix their country, begin to look for other allies. They're already doing that already. You see that in South Africa, you see that in Malawi, you see that in different. Look, they are beginning to say, you know what, for what it's worth, we will survive as a nation or as a continent or as different countries and find other partners, right? Truth be told, no one place is too special. What you're looking for, obviously, should be special people. And you have special people around the world. The problem people have or countries have is bad leadership. So once you understand that, look, as a nation, you're blessed. You have natural resources. You have what it takes, right? Your institutions are working. Get your leadership working. And other countries will flock into your country and say, okay, we want to go there as a destination and tourist, you know, endpoint. Having said so, the issue of this visa thing, I don't think it's going to ever, you know, slow down for now because it's getting a big publicity with it. After all, it's the United States we're talking about.
Let's go to the big story on the front page of the Vanguard paper still. On insecurity, President Tinubu says, I have to create state police.
So, that statement should have obviously come a bit earlier than now. If you recall, there've always been this issue of state police and how it will affect, you know, Nigeria as a whole. That if they don't get the funding that they need, will politicians now begin to, you know, use them for their own biddings? And this has been an issue back and forth. So much that the idea of state police, right? Some governors and some other states are pushing very hard for it. But of course, the seat of power, which is Abuja, they were a bit skeptical initially. If we allow them to have state police, does this mean that when it's time for us to exert our power, or put it this way, press on issues that we need to make some executive decision, will they conform? So these are the things that, you know, where this came up, and this like one of the issues why it is difficult, or rather it has been difficult for the idea of state police to actually stay. But now that he's now saying, I think we need state police, maybe he has thought about it. Maybe he has weighed the odds and now realized there's more to gain than there is to lose.
And it's following the northern elders which came to visit him yesterday. They urged him to declare a state of emergency in the north, following what we'll call a protracted security situation that has devastated. Let me read here. It said that has devastated the socio-economic life and development of the region. And then, of course, following all of that, the president has said that the establishment of state police is unavoidable as a way to strengthen security and their efforts across the country.
Again, if you look at it closely, those who understand that security is like the most important thing should have advised our president before now about the state police that we needed it like yesterday. But it's not late, right? But before I even go any further, have you seen the amount of people trooping into Lagos, into, you know, other states that are not going through that issue with banditry and all that stuff? The amount of people coming into Lagos State, coming to the West, is a bit troublesome. Because as give and take, if you look at their forehead, it's not written this person is a terrorist or is a bandit. So anyone who can just simply jump into a truck can just simply come to Lagos or come to go to Calabar or go to Port Harcourt. So the question is, are these other regions actually safe? what makes a place safe, really, are good-willing human beings. What makes it unsafe is still bad, or put this way, evil people. I don't think outside human beings a place can be unsafe or safe. It is still the same human beings that will make it safe or unsafe. And it is only a transport ferry away from the north down here, which is the west, or put it this way, or towards the south, or wherever you want to call it. However, this issue of insecurity did not just start today. It has been there for a while. A lot of people have been complaining. People have died. We've had statistics of people who will say, look, they can't even find their loved ones. They can't even find their family, right? We've seen videos, right? We've heard over the radio. We've seen on TV. The question is, look, the time to have acted was even yesterday. This obvious thing, this thing we're talking about, insecurity, is not something that started while before when Tinubu entered. It has been there before he did. So he probably did what? Inherited the problem. We call it Wahala. He inherited it. So, but can we have it solved once and for all? Once and for all. Can we actually say Boko Haram, right? Banditry and kidnapping, once and for all, is not only defeated but eradicated and erased? Can we do that? If we can, Nigeria could have successfully, right, destroyed any negative thought when it comes to terrorism in the eye of the international world. That's one of our biggest problems. If we can deal with that, because I don't think these terrorists or these bandits are greater than Nigerian army. They are not. Let's call it spade a spade. Nigerian army is more than equipped, more than fortified, right? Look, have you seen their trainings? Our Nigerian army and Nigerian defense, force, the police, the air force, the navy, they are more than equipped to deal decisively with these bandits, with these terrorists. The question now is, will politicians allow them to get their job done? Let us stop politicizing this idea, this thing called security. Insecurity is a big problem in this nation. What do we do? Let the people who are well trained deal with them without any interference. It is only then would we actually say, wow, once again, we're the giant of Africa. Once again, we're the big brother of Africa. Because how can you raise your head and talk about insecurity in different countries when in your own country, a whole region cannot be safe? The governors, they have now come out to now say this is now more than us. What? Look, as the chief security of a state, it's your job to keep the citizens safe, no matter what. No excuse. So if we're now saying that they are coming to the president to now say, Mr. President, please declare state of emergency. What this means is that economically, for business, I mean, we're a business TV, right? So let us see how it affects business. What this means is that if, for instance, the food basket of our nation, right, kind of experiences any shortage, it means food will go up. Cost of food will go up. Cost of buying for foodstuffs will go up. Restaurant costs will go up. Everything will go up. And once food goes up, every other thing follows suit. And so that's the challenge now. So it is there's the bad side to it. Once you say state of emergency, of course, business will not flow as normal in those states. Farmers will not be able to take whatever they produce or whatever they cultivate and go to the market on time and have it sold, come back, put the money back in their business. You know what I mean? So, and of course, when that's a state of emergency, even those who are cattle rearers will not even they won't have that free-handed thing to get their cattle out to go graze. So you will see a major rise in food costs. Make no mistake. But the question now is, will we be able to survive it? Remember, the North adds a lot of value to Nigeria's GDP. Even if two states, right, are placed under state of emergency, it will affect the GDP of Nigeria. Let's assume in a state as a landlocked state, right, where you have to travel past to go deliver goods and services in a different state, and there is state of emergency there. In other words, you have checkpoints, you have a lot of issues. Free flow of trade will be affected. So by the time, as a businessman, by the time you hit one or two hurdles, you don't want to go there any longer. Meaning to say those who live on the other side will suffer. business will suffer. We will not even get proper data and analysis from those areas to know what is going on, how to respond. So business-wise, we will see a decline. And of course, when there's scarcity, what happens? Cost of food will go up. So one day we'll probably just want to buy, a basket of tomato and they tell you it costs 100,000 naira.
Well, let's move to the other story right here, still on the Vanguard paper this morning. The final story that we will take, just to touch on very quickly, NLC says to the federal government, emulate states that pay above 70,000 naira minimum wage. We had that conversation earlier. We saw some states already following suit. Imo State started paying 100 and I think 109 or 104, 100 and something. And then another state in the east also followed suit and started paying 90,000 naira. NLC is saying to the federal government now, emulate states that pay above 70,000 naira. We hope that the federal government will actually listen and actually start paying civil servants above 70,000 naira, because really, these are people that have worked for years. 70,000 naira it's even scratching the surface.
Do you know how much a tire costs? A tire of a car. You're the person in the vehicle anyways. Now, let's not even go to trucks, normal vehicles. It costs more than 70,000 naira. A brand new tire. What does this mean? Now, what this means is that even your salary as a basic salary, which is what we're talking about, can't even buy a tire of a car. If this is not embarrassing, then what is? If it's not heart-wrenching, then what is? As far as I'm concerned, we have come to a point where we should no longer talk about 150,000 as in minimum wage. Nigeria has the money. We have the money in this country. We have what it takes to pay minimum wage 200,000 naira. Because let's be honest, what about transport fare? Someone who lives, let's say, on the mainland and comes to work on the island or Italy, how much will he or she spend back and forth? Let's even leave that on one corner. Let us now move to healthcare. If the person doesn't have HMO, you have to pay premium. What if the person is a family person, right? Are you saying that those who earn minimum wage should not get married or have children? Is that what we're saying? Nigeria has the money, right? Because if I look at the amount of wastage going on, the gas flaring going on in Niger Delta, and I look at the amount of illegal mining going on in the north, and I look at the fact that we are spending trillions and trillions of naira equipping our, security personnel, which is important, right? And some of those monies are not even accounted for, which obviously is a terrible thing, because we should be able to account for some of those monies and put those monies to the welfare of our boys who are fighting insurgents, who are fighting Boko Haram, who are fighting terrorism, who are trying to keep our land borders safe. I'll come to that area. But when you look at all this, right? What about those who have stolen our money in the past and taking those monies abroad to fund other countries' economy? Can we now tell ourselves the truth that 70,000 naira is even enough? I think what Labour is trying to do, we're trying to just play fair. It has come to the point where we say, look, you know what? Let it be more than 200,000. We have the money, we can pay this. We can pay it. Because when people are paid well, they will do their job diligently. Paid well and paid on time. They do their job diligently. Nigerians are hardworking people. Nigerians want to be taken good care of. And like they say, to whom much is given, much is expected. That saying was made for Nigerians. Nigerians around the world, I've seen Nigerians around the world, hardworking people, dedicated. If you give a Nigerian man or woman, the opportunity to build a business and make all other things around that business, right, comfortable, or not even comfortable, but put in place some major amenities, a Nigerian anywhere around the world will excel. Even if it is in the North Pole, where there are no human beings, Nigerians will excel there. We know how to create things out of nothing. Which is why when they leave the shores of Nigeria, they travel abroad, they do extremely well. because of the hardship they face in this country. So we who are still in the country, I believe that it is time for us to say, look, for what it's worth. That minimum wage that is 100 and something is even too small. Again, kudos to the states that are already paying, right? Who have said, look, for what it's worth, that they will pay this money. But we have this money. Again, I'm glad that we can actually say, like yesterday, we took the story where our president said that, look, we are no longer going to borrow. We met our income mark, and this is a good thing. We celebrate that. It's good. Meaning to say that if we succeed now paying the one we were owing before and pay off plus the interest, then we will have enough money as we generate money from internal generated revenue, the one FIRS is generating, and different states, and of course, every other business that puts Nigeria out there. All this money can now be channeled into paying healthcare, paying those certain ASU, settle all these people such a way that we will no longer be hearing of strikes, hearing of one person died out of exhaustion, right? Be hearing different issues, and we still have enough money to tackle insecurity. Let the idea of loyalty in the army remain strong by taking good care of our boys who are paying the ultimate price in the north there, fighting Boko Haram, fighting insurgents, fighting, terrorism. That on one corner. Back to this thing we're talking about when it comes to minimum wage. I still stand the ground that even 100,000 is not enough, considering the present situation of this country.
Absolutely. Let them even start with that. Start by increasing the minimum wage from 70,000. That's the least that could be asked for. That's the least. Granted, people are always scared to. I don't know. There's an unfortunate environment that we have in Nigeria where people will just accept anything, and that's they accept bare minimum, and it seems like it's okay. 70,000 naira cannot scratch the surface, just like you said. 70,000 people can't even buy new cars. People can't even buy old cars. People can't even buy Nigerian used cars. Talk less of tires, and they're earning 70,000 naira. Let's move on now and see what we have on the cartoon of the day while we wrap up on this conversation that we're having this morning. Let's see what the cartoon of the day this morning says. Hey folks, we promise more confusion and drama come 2027. Who does that look like? That looks like
someone who is a radical in the political space.
Very radical. Is that not Nyesom Wike?
Well, again, no. So let's look at it very well. At least for what it's worth, we see a caption that will finally make it in the Netflix world. We see a caption that will be, great enough to hit any Hollywood movie. Because as far as I'm concerned, politics in Nigeria is just, there are episodes that should be collated well and hit good numbers on YouTube. And let's use that generated money to take care of minimum wage. That's what I'm concerned. Someone should just sit back and produce, reality shows from our political system and our political actors and those who are, part and parcel of this whole thing. Because as far as I'm concerned, look at it very, very closely. He says, we promise more confusion and drama. He doesn't have to say it. Yes, this is a cartoon, this is a creative work. But judging from what we've seen in the past, judging from what we're seeing right now, we can only tell what the future will look like. If 2027 is still far away, yet right now they're already showing signs of confusion. Can you imagine what will happen in 2027?
We can only keep our fingers crossed. And on that note, we keep our fingers crossed and move on from the newspaper review segment this morning. Up next is Business Morning. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with Business Morning. And now let's move to the first conversation of today. Now, we're talking about bridging Nigeria's digital divide, and this is because Business Day is having an AI Summit 2025 themed Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. And now, in Bridging the Gap, we're talking about inclusion, innovation, and impact. Now, we turn our attention to one of Nigeria's most pressing challenges and opportunities, the digital divide. Despite being Africa's largest economy, millions of Nigerians still lack access to reliable internet, digital literacy, and the tools needed to participate in a fast-evolving digital world. From bustling tech hubs in Lagos to remote rural communities in the north, Nigeria's digital landscape tells two stories. On one hand, innovation is thriving, startups are attracting global investments, and fintech is actually transforming how people bank, and e-commerce is creating new jobs. But on the other hand, more than 60 million Nigerians remain offline, largely due to poor infrastructure affordability issues and also limited digital literacy. Now, this gap has created unequal access to education, healthcare, and even economic opportunities, leaving many behind in an increasingly digital-first economy. And now you agree with me that government initiatives like the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy aims to connect underserved regions, while private sector players are investing in broadband expansion and affordable smart devices. Civil society groups are also driving grassroots training programs, equipping young people and women with critical digital skills. And I'm talking about bridging Nigeria's digital divide. This is more than a technology issue. Now, this is about equity, it is about empowerment, and even national growth. Now, with inclusion, innovation, and impact at the center, Nigeria's digital future could be one where no one is left behind. And now, joining us to impute innovative ideas in this digital divide is Lily Adimefe, the Executive Director of the Business Day Foundation, a non-profit advancing inclusive development in Nigeria through the power of media. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
So good to have you. Now, very quickly, how can digital inclusion be reframed not just as a tech issue, but as a human rights imperative in Nigeria's development agenda?
Thank you again for that question. I think it's first looking at the cost of exclusion, or the hidden cost of exclusion. You said something earlier about how digital first, should be a positioning, and it's because really everything happens now on the digital plane. Think about education, think about healthcare, think about finance, think about business and decent work, and think about even civic participation, governance, democracy, and then of course for everybody the right to freedom of speech, association. All that happens on the digital level now, and the cost of exclusion from that is how we should first look at things. And then you look at the most marginalized people or communities. Think about rural communities, think about women, and think about youth, for instance. And then just to sort of bring it home, if you look at someone at that intersection of the different exclusion or barriers, think about maybe a young woman in a rural community in Nigeria, and she's young. So you have the fact that she's young. So age already presents a barrier in the sense of, financing or access to income that enables her to then afford devices that puts her, gives her access. Then think about perhaps cultural barriers or norms that also make it hard for her to, to access information, to participate even in, things like civic conversations, to have businesses that she can scale beyond her location. Think about her access to health information that helps her, make better decisions for her living outcomes. Think about education. Right now, we have so much online in terms of learning, in terms of upskilling, and someone being unable to access all that to ensure that they are able to secure a decent, sustainable livelihood long term. That just limits their ability to create wealth, limits possibly potentially their quality of life, and then can even, create a generational poverty effect. In a sense. So when we look at it from that point of view of the cost of exclusion, it then makes it an imperative. It's no longer just a buzzword, but then when we're able to really bring it home, then we can see that it's important.
Oh, wow. So now we're talking about digital literacy, alone, it actually drives inclusion. Although we need a more holistic approach to this, that includes infrastructure, affordability, and even civic engagement. What do you make of this?
Absolutely, first of all, because digital literacy is one thing, but then it's like trying to learn to swim without water. It's like sitting down and saying, I'm going to learn to swim by watching videos. It's one thing to be able to see a person doing it, but then to be able to immerse yourself and actually touch it, feel it, be part of that, system is another thing.
Sure.
And without infrastructure, that gap is still just as wide. True. Basically, it's just one thing to be literate, to understand that there's an opportunity out there that I currently don't have access to, but then bridging that. So infrastructure is where that comes in, whether it's with the devices, smartphones, computers, laptops, etc., whether it's with broadband, whether it's with power even, and stable electricity to be able to consistently play on that level, whether you're a person looking for education opportunities, looking for work opportunities that are remote, or health information at critical moments, or civic participation at the time where you need to lend your voice as a citizen and do your duties. So yes, absolutely.
So Business Day is actually doing a lot. I must give it to them, because I must give it to us, so to speak. I'm so proud to be associated with the brand, making business owners or even the layman out there get aware of things like we have now. So now, in what ways can media and storytelling reshape public perception and also policy around digital access and maybe equity?
There's so much that media can do and continues to do. I'm going to say we, because I am part of the media.
Yeah.
But then in terms of what is spotlighted, what is seen, what is heard, and then by virtue of that, what is funded, what is invested in, what is supported. Media has such a big role to play, because really people just wake up and then tune into the news, whether it's social media, whether it's stations like bdtv, but then we have such a critical role to play in ensuring that what people harness as information and how they make their decisions, we support that that function. So by ensuring that even the way we speak about digital inclusion keeps development in mind. We're not just outcomes oriented, but then impact oriented. For instance, it's the difference between saying, oh, the federal government supplied this X number of computers to a school in so and so location in maybe northern Nigeria or something, to saying that FG empowers with through digital inclusion, or what it does for the community, or whether it's a school that maybe is focused on girls, or maybe they bring programs that are focused on girls or women, which are marginalized groups typically, or something for the youth that helps them close divides. I think it's something that we need to speak more on and about. Because like I said, even when we speak about the challenges, it shows for some stakeholders, it shows them these are where the gaps are, and this is where we need to come play in, for instance, like CSOs. And then for private organizations, it's for them thinking opportunities, because they are market makers. Where are the opportunities that we can then come in and provide infrastructure and, close gaps as well? For the government, it's accountability. It's saying, oh, this is what we've done and this is feedback. Right, because we're not just taking information in terms of, oh, this has happened, but then also taking feedback in terms of this is response to impact or outcomes and feeding back into society. So we've had a big part to play. Also, I think in terms of cultural sensitivity, because Nigeria, for instance, has so many cultural nuances. We have major ethnic groups and we have minor groups as well, and there are so many. And then it's an interesting policy landscape, I'd like to imagine. But then being able to also shed some cultural, being able to ensure that people in different cultural contexts are able to be carried along with what's happening, able to understand innovation, able to understand how it impacts them in their daily living, whether rural or urban dwellers.
Oh wow, Mama, this is so good to know. This AI summit was actually talking about shaping Nigeria's artificial intelligence future. People that are into tech are really going to grasp this opportunity and want to hear more, because I'm sure that the speakers that are going to be in the summit will blow it up, like bring out all the advantages there is. Now, so what role should private sector players and civil society organizations play in actually closing Nigeria's digital divide, and how can we hold them? How can we actually hold them accountable for this?
For civil society organizations, I think they have a unique advantage. In many parts of the country, we find that sometimes trust is even an issue in terms of being able to trust programs delivered by the government or maybe even corporates in some areas. And I think CSOs play, they have a unique advantage in being able to play within that sphere, bridging trust gaps and ensuring that these innovations and these ideas actually, are embedded in communities that need them, able to, translate in the way that people engage them, use them, and then eventually we find better outcomes. Also in terms of, because the government can't really do it alone.
Sure.
It's a lot of work. We're such a large population of people, and private sector can come in with partnerships that enable impact to scale. They can also support infrastructure, for instance, things like power generation, think about solar, also think about financing, bringing in alternative options to financing so people are able to access devices or infrastructure basically that helps them to ensure that they have access.
Oh wow, these accesses are, very important. So everybody actually sees the advantage of what the common man is enjoying right now. Now, how can artificial intelligence be leveraged to actually accelerate digital inclusion in underserved communities without even deepening some existing ties, so to speak?
Well, AI is wonderful. It's wonderful. It's beautiful, and then some people also talk about the ugly parts of it or potential parts of it. But then I think that for Nigeria, there's a lot of opportunity to use AI to close gaps. Think about language barriers.
Sure.
AI is able to quickly cover that. Just looking at platforms such as Google, for instance, and how they've been able to adapt learning for local languages or access to information to local languages, and how that has increased, use of things like search engines. And I'm sure that translates to how they live in terms of quality of life.
Sure.
Think also about, learning, just how intuitive it is, and how, for health outcomes as well, just having your data and being able to use your data, your previous health history, your life, how you live, etc., and how it's able to predict for you, whether it's things like education, first responses in terms of emergencies. It just makes life easier in so many ways, and it's not even elitist in the way that it provides solutions. It really can serve common good in the most basic way.
Oh wow! So now, how can we use this to actually bridge the digital divide and unlock new jobs, especially for youth and women in Nigeria's informal economy?
Well, one thing I love about Nigerians is that there's no way to say it in English. We know they carry last.
That's true.
Right. So I love that we're very enterprising in terms of our spirit, and people are always on the lookout for opportunities and how to make the most of them. And I see that already happening. We live in an age where there are platform livelihoods. Basically, people are making livelihoods off any sort of platform on the internet. Think about social media. Think about whether it's putting together courses and monetizing your knowledge. People are taking advantage of that, and it's already happening. So I think in terms of that being able to scale in such a way that more Nigerians take part in this and even access remote opportunities or become contributors on a global level with their skill sets or knowledge. It's just to bridge the divide. Infrastructure, access, power, stable electricity, broadband. I know, for instance, one good thing that I think a certain telco has done is reduce data costs in
Correct.
some rural communities. So that's, a step in the right direction and something we want to see more of from, the private sector. But yes, basically, I know that Nigerians typically have the motivation to take opportunities when they find them. The question is, are we going to give them the access and the tools to do it?
Talk about the inclusion we're talking about now. How can it, what role can this digital inclusion play in improving the healthcare delivery and also education outcomes, and then success to government services?
I think I touched on that a little, but then I'm no expert in any of these fields.
All right.
But then I know that, for instance, data collection,
Exactly.
data gathering, how data is synthesized for healthcare, public healthcare, for instance, is radically impacted by something like artificial intelligence. I also know that with education, you're able to even have offline learning with tools like AI tools, which ensures that, for instance, some areas and communities where there is no access to power, they are able to still connect and learn, and it's able to impact learning outcomes. If you remember during the pandemic, the lockdown, I know that there were many learning losses because for many schools, they were able to just transition to digital. But for many schools, they didn't have infrastructure, they didn't have the access. Even their teachers were not equipped to, transition them to online learning. And some students experienced learning losses, and gaps. So with AI, that is really changed, if we're able to then look at offline learning opportunities and then build hubs so that, this culture of this adoption basically is so natural that it becomes normal. It doesn't feel like something that's so far away and far removed from the realities of even the rural Nigeria. But really bringing it home.
Okay, so now the last question that I have for you right now is, should I say the last but not the least, is how can content creation in indigenous languages strengthen both inclusion and cultural identity?
I think the answer is already somewhere in the question.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Bring it out then.
Because as we create, the truth is we don't create in a void or in a vacuum. If I create as, some of my knowledge, my experiences, what is my maybe lived reality, and also aspirations. And for many people, it's the difference. It's like just representation. Basically, it feels more like home. And that in itself, in people who are local creators, just creating more, you find, everyday people finding themselves in those stories, seeing more of what's possible. A friend of mine said something the other day, and I found it just, so amazing. It's very basic, but then for me, it latched in terms of the way she said stories are frameworks for other people to see what is possible. And content creation, in many ways, is storytelling, right? And so for other people, it's being able to project what is possible, bringing what's in mind to reality, and then seeing that somebody else has done this, and so I can too.
All right. So very quickly, we're talking about the AI Summit, BusinessDay AI Summit 2025. So what's your take on the summit? What do you want to talk to the public about the summit? What should we know about the summit that should, get us running to the summit?
Well, so the AI Summit is, as you know, it's a landmark. I think this is our maiden edition.
All right.
And AI has been around for a few years, and we see great potential if we can bring a lot of stakeholders together to the table. One of the roles that media plays, or we play in terms of how our approach to the work is convenings. And this ensures that stakeholders who are critical to the conversation, whether it's private sector and corporate organizations, whether it's policymakers and public sector, leadership, whether it's civil society organizations, whether it's media, ensuring that everybody is present so that we understand what's at stake from different points of POVs, and not just one section, or one sector speaking to the rest. It's no longer a tech issue, and if we keep leaving it up to the tech organizations or to tech-minded companies, to lead the conversation, there's a lot of exclusion. But thankfully, so far, it's still a lot of work, happening in the background. But then we've gotten such a great response so far in terms of support from knowledge partners, from public sector, ministerial offices, who all want part of the conversation and in shaping the AI future for Nigeria.
Oh, wow. So now this is all we have to take on the AI Summit. And now we've been talking to Lily Dimefe, the Executive Director of Business Day Foundation. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you for all the contributions so far. You've been able to, give us everything, the A to Z of things we need to know about the summit. Thank you so much for joining us. And right now, the first segment of Business Morning, we just rolled it out. We will be back after this break with the second segment. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
You're welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. And now this is the second segment. And now we're talking about Nigeria, how Nigeria eyes the petroleum hub status in West Africa. And now Nigeria is actually making bold moves to cement its position as the petroleum hub of West Africa. This is a strategy that could reshape the region's energy dynamics and strengthen its role in the global oil market. Now, as Africa's largest crude oil producer is doubling down on efforts to transform itself into West Africa's leading petroleum hub, Industry stakeholders say this push is coming at a critical time as countries across the region look to secure reliable energy supplies amid rising global demand. Now, central to this vision are Nigeria's vast oil reserves, an expanding refinery base, and renewed government commitment to tackling the sector's long-standing challenges, from pipeline vandalism and oil theft to inadequate infrastructure. The recently operational Dangote refinery, alongside other domestic refining projects, is also expected to drastically reduce reliance on imported fuel while positioning Nigeria as a net exporter of refined products across the sub-region. And our experts suggest the move could generate billions in revenue, create jobs, and even strengthen Nigeria's geopolitical influence in West Africa. However, analysts also warn that achieving this goal will require transparency, policy stability, and stronger collaboration with neighboring states. And now joining us give a refining dimension to this strong petroleum stance is Dr. Do Boyo. He's the CEO, DP Multifunctional Services Limited. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Destiny. Good to have me here with you.
So good to have you join us this morning to actually throw more light in this very important stance. Now, very quickly, Nigeria has the largest crude oil reserves in Africa. But what concrete steps do you think are needed for it to fully emerge as West Africa's petroleum hub? Do you think we have the capability?
Definitely, we have the capability. So Nigeria, it's one of the most blessed country in the world, and in terms of mineral resources, we are really embedded with so many mineral resources, crude oil that we have in the country today. Certain, yes, with the good measures that we're putting in place, and if proper measures are put in place, would definitely surpass the world hub for petroleum products. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So now, do you think the Dangote refinery has been described as a game changer? So now, to what extent do you believe it will alter Nigeria's reliance on imports and even strengthen regional supply chains?
Okay, so Dangote refinery indeed is a game changer. From what we used to consume in Nigeria before, it was about, the data we had was about 63 million liters of petroleum daily consumption. But, you know, with Dangote coming in the upstream, it's now doing about 57 million per liters per day. And we could see that even after Dangote came in on upstream, the reduction, the consumption that Nigeria uses daily had reduced because, you know, there's so many facts about saboteurs and smugglers that keep paying, that Nigeria were paying for before, you know, you understand what I'm saying? We're paying subsidy for our neighboring countries. But now that Dangote is here, with all the measures that he has put in place, we are actually set in the pedestal to be the hub of petroleum products in West Africa and even Africa. Because if we're doing 65 million, 57 million per day, Nigeria presently, our consumption rates actually dropped to about 30 million liters per day. So with this, I'm definitely sure that we can be the Dangote refinery was a game changer. And don't forget also, there are other refineries coming upstream. So with this, yes, it was a good game changer for Nigeria and for the world at large.
Okay, now, so how can Nigeria leverage the African continental free trade area to boost petroleum trade and even the energy integration across West Africa?
So what we need to do, like I said earlier on, we should try and cut those loopholes that smugglers and saboteurs are taking Nigerian products away from, and then develop more refineries. When we develop more refineries, the 3 refineries which we have in Nigeria at the moment, if we can either sell them to investors or the government should say it to state-owned state-owned government and develop those refineries to come to their optimal capacity. I'm very sure the Free Trade Zone Center will be a hub for us to go out there, sell our products, and the African countries close to us, they would always come to Nigeria to buy products. They would definitely come to Nigeria to buy white products.
All right.
So yes, yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So basically, with that, we know that we'll be fine, really.
Okay then. All right. So now with global energy trends shifting towards petroleum, system can take the lead in West Africa. Okay, sir. So with global energy trends shifting towards gas, what role will the West African gas pipeline and even Nigeria's vast gas reserve play in regional energy security?
Okay, so welcome back. With the present trend of gas, I remember sometimes early this year, Nigeria were trying to pipe gas from doing some pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco and from Morocco down towards Europe. So with this, I can tell you that Nigeria is putting its position himself for the global markets in terms of gas. And the European market, they need Africa, they need gas. And with this and with the existing war with Ukraine and Russia into the market and the leverage on that.
Okay. All right. So now issues like oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and also a regulatory uncertainty persist. How might these challenges undermine Nigeria's ambition to becoming the petroleum hub of the region?
All right, so I'm very aware you know that the PIA bill has just been signed.
So true.
And the PIA Act, it's also a game changer for Nigeria. So because the host communities, they now know that yes, we have sense of belonging. They would guide their pipelines because the more production they have, the more money that comes into your community. So, all I just would advise the government to do is to ensure that these monies that have been, set aside for host communities, they should monitor, there should be quite good monitoring team to make sure that this involvement are done. Then also not just give them the money, also develop their communities. An oil-rich state like Niger in the Niger Delta should be looking like a Dubai, for instance, because if you travel around the world, you see how host communities are being treated. So host communities with the PIA Act, I'm very sure it will reduce oil theft, and it will also improve the life of the people there. Yeah, so I'm very sure we are on a good pedestal.
Okay then. So now what policy and investment reforms would you consider most urgent for Nigeria to attract investors and also consolidate its leadership in the petroleum sector?
Okay, so I would also give a kudos to the present administration because the floating of the Naira and, selling crude to Naira for all the refineries in Nigeria, it's a game changer. To be honest with you, because I want to bring my money into the system, I want to be sure that, okay, by the time I'm buying this crude, I'm buying in Naira, I'm refining, I'm selling in Naira, and I'll be able to repatriate my monies back when I want to. And for, refinery companies investors that are bringing in their money, they would have done their profit and loss. And they'll say, okay, by the time we're taking our money out, we're not looking for our bookies to be buying dollars from them again. Okay. It's a flat rate. You understand? So with these measures that the government is putting in place, I'm sure we are in a good track. We will definitely meet up with them. This will attract new investors. And don't forget, Petrobras is coming to Nigeria back.
Oh, wow.
With all the new companies coming back into Nigeria with their investments, I'm sure the environment is actually being a good one for people to come and invest in Nigeria.
Oh, wow. So that's so good to hear. It's a big advantage. So now as the world pushes towards cleaner energy, how can Nigeria balance its petroleum hub with ambitions, with global climate commitments, and even renewable energy adoption?
Okay, so it's a good question. And, Nigeria, we have 9 lives, like I would say.
True.
So in every weather, we would always meet up with our demands. So don't forget, we have lithium in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
And and I will be very honest with you, there is no how petroleum products will fade away completely in the world. There is this issue of clean energy and the rest like that. And I'm very certain, maybe you would have known that some Nigerians are already buying electric cars. So we are ready for markets, and we would always survive. And one more thing, you should know that before now, it was palm kernel that we were using to survive in Nigeria, and palm kernel and cocoa, before the discovery of crude oil. And the moment crude oil came, we all went AWOL, and we sat with crude oil. And now the global change is coming in again for, renewable energy. And to be good to Nigeria, God is so good to Nigeria. We have lithium, we have other mineral resources that can actually sustain us if there is no more market for the crude oil. But trust me, there will always be. It's petroleum product can never fade away. It's once.
Oh, wow, that's so, it's been so good talking to you. Thank you so much for your time and for the input that you've given to Business Morning this morning. And so we've been talking to Mr. Doho Boyo. He's the CEO, Deb Multifunctional Services Limited. And that's the much we'll be taking in our Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are always stronger when backed by the right information. I remain Destiny Mama. To stay tuned for more updates on Big Story. And join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Have a good day.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders. by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in southern west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Oko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be graceful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them. But I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquettes at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
It started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and we started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to, express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best self, bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes. At that time, I was not sure what I wanted to study because I wanted to do music, I wanted to do law, I wanted to do so many things, and I was too shy. I was very so I had no one to talk to then, and I was very confused about what to do, the next step to do. And I was able to see clarity through their various teachings. I was able to know, this is what I want to do. I want to help people all over the world. I want to do so much. So I decided to study law.
Destiny Mama, BDTV News.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring to you some of the big stories making the rounds on the continent and in Nigeria. Today, we're talking about Nigeria's oil sector, which is once again in the spotlight, this time over modular refineries. On paper, they are supposed to ease our reliance on import and boost local refining, but in reality, crude shortages and logistics bottlenecks are crippling their operations. The paradox is striking. The question we're asking today is, how does Africa's biggest oil producer struggle to get crude into its own refineries? This morning, we are asking, are modular refineries a genuine solution to Nigeria's energy puzzle, or another promise at risk of failure? Well, to help me answer all of these questions and more is Wisdom Chap Jumbo. He's a public affairs analyst, is also an energy expert, like I like to call him. It's good to have you on the show this morning, Wisdom.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Wisdom, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's begin with the basics. This conversation that we're spotlighting today. Why really are Nigeria's modular refineries struggling to access crude, especially when we produce so much of it?
Thank you, Lizzie. I mean, one of the issues we have in Nigeria when we make laws and policies is implementation. So implementation is a big problem. And when we are able to implement exactly the laws that we've created, then we create another issue for ourselves. So part of the PIA has not been fully implemented in the way it should, which is being able to make sure crude gets to this modular refinery is part of the problem. Another problem we have, which I think is part of the issue, is, you know, in Nigeria, we like to focus on the bigger players. You know, so the Dangote refinery seem to have taken the wave, you know, of all that's happening around the oil and gas sector. So everybody seems to have, you know, put the light on him alone, while we forget that there are modular refineries, you know, that can help us boost our production also. And they seem not to be getting the attention they need, as everybody just focus on Dangote refinery, which, of course, we know the progress that has made so far. Another issue which we're seeing with the modular refineries is that some of our crude, we've used part of it to maybe take loan or commit, you know, to financial institutions as a country. So already our production, future productions are already tied up, you know, somewhere, and we're unable to give those crude to the modular refinery. So I think broadly these are some of the issues that will be affecting them, and maybe there's still that, you know, notion somewhere that maybe modular refineries cannot solve our problems, though we are thinking it. But being from Rivers State, we know the time we had the soot problem, part of the solutions that people put forward at that time to stop the soot in Port Harcourt and across Rivers State was this bunkeries and all of that was happening. There was a good way we can turn all of those efforts and what these young people are doing in the creeks, you know, to set up modular refineries, you know, that can now, you know, help us boost our production rather than, you know, leaving them in the creeks to, you know, to tamper and all the pipelines and all of that. So I think broadly these are some of the issues, but majorly amongst all of it is when we make laws and we pass them, we need to be able to implement. So implementation, I think, is where things are stopped.
Right. And so from some of your conversations, especially with operators, will you say that this crisis is more about government policy or perhaps about pricing, or maybe just simply broken logistics? Where do you place it?
There's a bit of everything. But largely, if government make laws and live through to it, if government make laws and take implementation seriously, we have not implemented the PIA, completely 100%. We keep doing it bit by bit from a point of convenience. So if we're able to complete, that implementation entirely, as it is stated in the law, as at when it should, then I think all of these issues would have been solved itself. There's a bit of logistics somewhere also. There's a bit of pricing, of course, with the Forex and all of that, but the bulk of the issues, I think, is on implementation of our laws.
Right. And let's talk about the refineries. Initially, these refineries were described as game changers for Nigeria's downstream sector. Would you really say that that promise has already collapsed, or is there still hope for us?
There are no assurances on those promises from all indication from the point of government. So which I think they need to do more because the energy sector itself, we can see that there's some traction of growth. There's some investment that have come in. We have seen divestment happen, and the indigenous players are taking over some of the big onshore assets. We see that also oil theft and vandalization has reduced, a bit. Some have attributed that to the fact that now more indigenous players have taken over, so probably they're able to do stakeholder management and community relations a bit much better. As we know when we are talking to we are able to understand how to do things a bit different. But the modular refineries, really, they presented as a game changer for the sector a couple of years back. They still are. They just need to be given the support that they need. Access to get crude, especially if we're able to sell this crude to them in Naira, will be able to support their effort to contribute to boosting production numbers. But when they are unable to get it, when they have to struggle for Forex, when they also have to struggle with logistics, then we give them so much burden. And that now ties to the ease of running the business itself. So it means that if I'm not a big player like Dangote, I don't have the big checks and the government influence to move things, then I'm unable to make business. So it doesn't look like a profitable business venture to now go into. But when there's ease of business issue resolved, when we see that government is determined to encourage them, then we'll see that there'll be a lot of people that want to consider going into it and taking the risk of it.
So you still think it's still a little bit of a game changer?
Yeah, it still is. It still is, really, because being from the Niger Delta, we know that there's so much that modular refineries here and there can help us
achieve.
Achieve. I'm from a riverine community in River State, for example. The only access to my community is Bonny local government is by sea. We are just getting the road construction happening now. So it means that the only way we get fuel to move our cars in the community is it needs to be transported from Port Harcourt over the sea, in the river via a boat to Bonny. So because of that, the cost of fuel is really high. So you can imagine if we're able to have modular refineries, around that vicinity, around that area, we see that we're able to get the product maybe a bit more lesser. So, and this is the same with many riverine communities across the Niger Delta, which I think can be of huge support.
Let's talk about Nigerians who might be watching right now. What does this situation actually mean for ordinary citizens who are still paying high fuel prices? They're still battling inflation. What does this situation mean for them?
For them, really, as ordinary Nigerians, that what matters the most is that every day I want to see that the pump price is coming down.
Exactly.
Because, pump price directly affects the cost of everything, as it's tied to transportation and all of that. So the higher the cost of pump price at the filling station, the more expensive, the economy gets for ordinary Nigerians, because the cost of transportation will go up. I'm not sure what the cost is now to go by road from Lagos to Port Harcourt or from Lagos to Abuja. Those very good old days, it was no more than 10,000 naira, around 8,000 naira. I'm sure if you hear the price now, it will be shocking for you. Aviation fuel, we know how much flight used to be. In 2014, Nigeria to Accra, Ghana was around 13,000. no more than 14,000. So we know what the price is now. So what it means is the more the cost of our energy goes up, the more it ties to the economy, and there's a lot of hardship for the people. So what the focus should be now is, that's why I like the competition that's happening between Dangote and the NNPC. I mean, Dangote is giving a run for their money, so we see the cost of pump price going down, week into week, which I think is good. Some analysts have said probably we might get to around 700 before December, hopefully, or maybe by January next year. So we know where we are coming from with that number. So for ordinary Nigerians, what matters the most is they are able to buy this at affordable prices when they go to the filling stations. They really don't want to care really what is the mathematics that happens behind the scene.
So, but now with all of this logistics cost squeezing and then crude shortages that the modular refineries are facing right now, what does it actually mean for me right now? You did say that, of course, what I want to see, what Nigerians want to see is that the pump price is going down. Yes, agreed. So are you just entirely just saying that perhaps if all of this, if the pump price, whatever, all of the things are happening right now is tied to pump price, and then that's just what we want to see getting better?
Yeah. You are, as in Nigeria, what matters to you the most is that when you drive your car to the filling station, is that you're able to buy fuel at a really affordable price. Do you care what really they are doing to get it down? I mean, you don't really care. The same way we didn't care when we heard subsidy was gone and that shoot up the price at the time. Everybody just blamed subsidy. Nobody really understands that the government was losing a lot of money and they couldn't afford paying the subsidy, and it was out of the budget already, and it need to just be gone. So other purposes, that money can be used for other purposes.
But how can we get this logistic cost down then?
So it still rests back to government. Okay. So you see, in the logistics area, what is their pain point is the port authority and also the MASA. There seem to be huge charges, that they get to pay every time when they lift or they export or they, So that whole part, the port authority is controlled by government. The MASA is controlled by government. So can we harmonize? Can we look at how do we make this easier for these people really? So I feel like the cost of it, if governments can bring the port authority and the MASA together, and let's see how we can review what could make this easier for local refining companies. How do we make this logistics a bit more? See Dangote, that's why he took the bull by the horn. He got 4,000 trucks, CNG trucks, to be able to transport fuel from filling station, from refinery direct to the filling station. So government has a hand to play here, and I think they need to move fast and engage with stakeholders.
And when you say engage with stakeholders, really, what's some of the work they should be, focusing on right now? I know you're not a policy person, but you're a public affairs analyst. So when we say engage with stakeholders, what are we looking at?
What we are looking at is to sit with them and understand what they really could do swiftly to make things easier for them. Be able to also understand issues from their pain points, and also be able to lay on the table from government standpoint what is possible and what is not. Why are we still having these long-term issues, especially around logistics, that we can't seem to solve? Why are there incentives that we can introduce that could make this easier, so that it can work for them better? So I think that's what they need to do in engagement. The stakeholder engagement, what you do really is we understand each other. I say my side, you say your side. That all we have to do is try to understand each other.
Yeah, and some will argue that maybe we should forget about modular refineries, focus on mega projects like Dangote refinery and the likes. Do you agree with this point of view?
The problem is how many people have such huge investment like Dangote to put into it. If it was that easy, I think we would have had more than Dangote before now. If you recall, NNPC was the sole importer. It was the sole everything before now. So the question is, how many people can get such kind of funding that Dangote had to be able to set up what he did? If it was possible, I'm sure more people would have done so. So I don't agree with that point. Yes, the mega projects are good, but also, I mean, little by little, we could aggregate something that could work for us.
And finally, if you're looking into 5 years from now, would you really see modular refineries as central to Nigeria's energy security or otherwise?
5 years from now, the energy transition is in play. And in 5 years from now, that would have, taken a different direction. So we'll probably be driving more around CNG, gas, and the likes of it. So more of our efforts as a country, I assume, should be targeted around Should be shifted. Renewable energy would dominate more, is what I assume, if we really want to give ourselves sustainability, as we go on. And that's why we have chosen gas as transition fuel. So I think in 5 years' time, what I'm looking at is that the energy transition plan for Nigeria should have taken, a full swing. And our focus should now be looking at how do we, scale more of renewable energy sources as part of our energy mix, and how do we also solve infrastructure issues around gas. The AKK gas project in Ajokuta that connects Ajokuta, Kaduna, and Kano pipeline, is 80% gone. So by next year, it should be in full swing. That connects gas directly from the south to the north, areas of Abuja and the rest of that. So in 5 years, we want to see all of that. In 5 years, I'm thinking more of our cars will be CNG.
You think?
In 5 years, yes. 5 years, it doesn't look like a long time.
It doesn't, actually.
But when we look at the efforts we see on ground now, in 5 years, I'm assuming all of that should be in full swing. Once the AKK project is now on stream and fully completed, once we can put gas from south to the north, I think we'll now focus on creating a lot of mother stations and daughter stations that need to serve us as a people, because the issue with CNG now is accessibility.
Right.
That's the biggest issue now. Because with CNG, we can drive our cars at cheaper prices and lower cost. In 5 years' time, I also want to see that we're having more stations, like I said, the mother and daughter stations where people can go and refill their CNG cylinders. So there should be a shift in 5 years. I've seen a lot of our investment in oil and gas now in the refinery and all of that should be able to transition more into. That's why you see that Dangote got 4,000 CNG trucks. Him too is also seeing that there's a full swing of that transition.
Okay.
So it is costing him less to have CNG trucks than wanting to have maybe fuel trucks again, which is a huge burden, to bear. So, but the CNG gives him more lesser costs to manage. So in 5 years' time, I want to see all of this begin to have a full swing, and maybe that will ease up our energy demands and be able to make it more easier, affordable, and accessible. So in 5 years, it's not a long time, but a lot can happen.
Just before you go, so then what happens to the people, all of the people that their lives and then livelihoods it's tied directly to crude oil and all of those things? Yes, energy in transition in full swing, but how about the people whose livelihoods are attached to?
What players know in the energy sector now is that a transition is on the way.
Right.
So that's why you see even the big players, the indigenous big players who have bought this investment, onshore investment, what they are doing is they understand that the transition is happening. So it is all embedded in their strategy, to know that it's happening, it's going. So some have even changed their names. You don't hear oil and gas again. You now hear social company energy. So everybody knows that it's in full swing. So the strategy is there. So what they're only doing is that we still need those investments in the oil and gas now, because we need to build for the future. So that's not a problem. But as we're building upwards, we're going, the whole idea is to ensure that we're moving with the way the energy transition is going globally, so that those investments, we are using the dividends of it strategically into other areas. So I think we all understand that this is moving.
Right, so basically transitioning with the times. Thank you very much, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, for joining us this morning on The Big Story, right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It was truly a delight speaking with you.
Thank you.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Nigeria South Africa Chamber of Commerce held a breakfast forum themed Media as a Bridge, strengthening Nigeria South Africa ties through the MTN Media Innovation Program on the 27th of August 2025. The event brought together major stakeholders and partners in media and communications, mining, engineering, agriculture, and academic sectors from Africa. The event began with an opening remark by the chairman of the Nigeria South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Ije Jitema.
The media is not just a platform for communication. It is a powerful vehicle for influence, and it has the ability to shape perception, build narratives, and drive public discourse in the context of Nigeria and South Africa.
Having come this far, having laid the foundation, we are looking up to a very, very bright future, a future that is galvanized by our coming together, the two countries, the key countries in the continent. There's such a lot for us to do, a lot that we can do together in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnership, in terms of exchanges from what happened today. Talking about the media, using the media positively, we need to understand the overarching objectives and vision of our continent and work towards that. And in terms of awareness, creating awareness, in terms of education and so on, exchanges, I think that we have a lot cut out for us.
The guest speaker at the event, Tobe Okigbo, the Chief Corporate Services and Sustainability Officer, MTN Nigeria, spoke on the growth and goals of the MTN Media Innovation Program and its collaboration with the Pan-Atlantic University to groom and grow media personnel in Africa.
I think that media diplomacy is using storytelling to build that bridge between Nigeria and South Africa. Most of the comments you see online are from sentiment. As a journalist, I also cover the xenophobic attack in South Africa. But how many people actually go there to see things for themselves, right? And tell a balanced story? Because the danger of a single story is such that it is sprinkled with sentiments, because you're speaking for your brothers in South Africa and you're mad at the things you're hearing. But we had the privilege of going to South Africa ourselves last year, and we met with critical stakeholders. We spoke with stakeholders from the Department of International Relations, who are the South Africa Institute of International Relations. We were at the University of Johannesburg, and we were able to really understand the full spectrum of what was happening and the need for all of us to come together beyond just telling there are sad realities, no doubt, but when you understand the root causes, then you better understand what is happening, and then you can report it more objectively, right? And by the way, that's not the only thing happening in South Africa. You had the Consul General talking about how many Nigerians keep going to South Africa every day, the number of visa applications they get. So if South Africa is that bad, what are Nigerians looking for there? I mean, I think there's a tough love between both of us.
The second guest speaker, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, emphasized on
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment. This is where we check out all of the stories making the rounds on social media. Today, we're starting off with quite an interesting one today. But before I start off with my story, of course, I'm joined by Valentine Oyeka, who will join us in looking at some of the stories. But let's start off with what is happening in Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu says his reforms are finally paying off. He was speaking at the State House. He claimed that Nigeria's economy is now stable and that when he took over, Naira was at 1,900 Naira to a dollar, but it's now 1,450 Naira now. And according to him, the country is gaining respect globally. He also went to reveal that Nigeria has already met its 2025 revenue target. This is another different occasion entirely. Nigeria's has met its 2025 revenue targets ahead of schedule, mainly from the non-oil income revenue. According to him, this means that the government is no longer borrowing from local banks. On top of that, he says that the naira is now stronger abroad, with Chinese platforms, which we talked about yesterday, reportedly accepting naira card directly for transactions instead of dollars. And that's the conversation going from social media. Valentine, I'll come and ask you really what you think about this the president's statement and his stance. Really, is the economy back on track? Because many Nigerians still complain of high prices. They still complain of hardship. Do you think that people can feel the progress it's talking about?
I mean, most definitely. First and foremost, it's good that we can celebrate the idea, even though it's now, becoming, from what they say, a fact. But let's even look at the idea that we can one day say we can trade directly with China by cutting the dollar. Whoever thought that was possible? If we can sustain that, that would be a plus. I remember Daniel Rega said, "Oh, this means nothing." From the looks of it, right? Federal government hasn't done anything. But the president has now come here to now say, you know what? That the naira is now gaining. It has dropped from 1,900 when he got into power to 1,400. Although Aboki FX, which is black market, has something else to say. Right? We know in black market it's a bit more than 1,400. But having said so, let's look at the indices and let's look at the actors in play here. The fact that we can do business and exchange, the yen, naira, that kind of business transaction, and not even looking at, the S with the two-stroke over it for any reason, that's a plus. Which is why this statement from him, right, saying that, the naira is gaining, I totally agree, is a must, well, I won't use the word must, but I would say it's a welcome development. But the question now is, because I like to be very objective, the question now is, can we sustain this? Yes, we've met our 2025, targets. But remember, we're still owing money. And he who owes is still loyal. And he who is loyal only but has some extent in which you can make your own, decisions to favor your country, because you consider those who are owing money. And of course, certain contracts and all that is going to be signed for that money to be given to you. Not to speak about the fact that there is some, income they have to pay. Some call it interest. However, having seen these different angles surrounding the major thing at the middle, let's now face it now. If we have met that 2025 revenue and we're no longer going to borrow, the question now is, will Nigeria, the currency, the naira, begin to gain weight? Most definitely yes. Will we begin to see foreign investors coming to Nigeria to say, if we invest now, in another 5, 6, 10 years, maybe the naira could have gained more and probably be $1 to maybe 10 naira. It is possible because, you see, whatever goes up, they say finally comes down. But for a while, it has always been up, 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 up. And if we can celebrate, if we can mention 1,900 to 1,400 now, simply means that in a few months from now, it will decline more. Is this good business for those people who do, dollar to naira exchange? Well, I'm sure right now they are crying, but they won't cry for too long. Because if we can't sustain this, they'll begin to smile again. But we want them not to cry, but to maybe, chew their teeth. Say, because it is not in our interest. If the dollar is killing the naira, it is in their interest. And the bulk of Nigerians will suffer the most. Cost of things will always go high because we import. And like we say, the day we begin to become a producing nation, look, consume what we produce, right? Produce what we consume. We will depend less on foreign, importation, and rather be exporting things such a way that the naira can gain more power. So I agree with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think it's a great thing to celebrate. If truly it has, it is beginning to see a decline, in other words, naira is gaining over the dollar, it's a good thing. If we can sustain the trade between Nigeria and China, not using the dollar, rather using the yen and the naira, for another 6 months to 1 year, I tell you, right, I'm not an economist, right? But I can tell you, anyone who is a broadcaster like me and who understands what we call GK, general knowledge, it's easy to understand how this thing will favor Nigeria moving forward. And what does this mean for business? Since we're business television, what it means is that we begin to see those things that we normally pay premium for, begin to see imports from different countries begin to cost a little bit lesser. Why? Because those people now wonder if they can pay too much to bring things in. It's better they just come in and have their industries and factories here.
Let's see if we can see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to President Bola Tinubu saying that Nigeria has gained global respect in terms of its economy, and then the fact that the naira was at 1,900 naira to a dollar, and now it's 1,450, gaining more respect globally. Let's see if Nigerians react to that. We will respond positively to that. Dr. Champion says, meeting the 2025 non-oil revenue target already, that's a bold milestone. I mean, let's remember that. Yes, yes, that emoji could also be sarcastic or something like I'm observing. So it says that's a bold milestone. It says feels like Nigeria is taking its financial independence loud and clear. That's from Dr. Champion. Kem Crypt says Nigeria no longer borrows from local banks. We now borrow from international banks. I talked about that yesterday when we said, oh, we're no longer borrowing. And I said to myself, okay, so we're no longer borrowing from local domestic banks. Good. Are we still borrowing from World Bank? Yes. Mustafa Lawal says, still, the country is experiencing poverty. You know, there's nothing as crazy as a system moving, but not moving with the system. It's frustrating. Let's see if we have one more reaction on social media. X6 says, this is the only government I have seen that tells citizens that it is doing well instead of the citizens saying it to the government.
Let me respond to this last person.
Oh, okay, you want to respond to that, or let's take this last one. Laugh and Learn says, can we say this man is ignorant of the fact, or was he misinformed? When he took over, the dollar rate was between 400 naira and 700 naira. Now it's over 1,500.
Okay, so I'm not trying to jump into conclusion here or quick to defend the federal government, but I believe the federal government has more professional and advisors and people who is their job, who are PhDs, right, to be able to see the economy and predict and obviously tell us what it was before and what it is now. I don't think they make a mistake. So this last person who commented here was the source of information. Give her that, right? Or rather, having given that particular, giving his own 2 cents, I would still say for that publication to have been made, the president has his media aid. He has his team. They can't make such a mistake, right? However, let us dwell on the statement itself. So the second person who dropped his message there, I will say this. If we keep on saying, let us assess the government, it's not a bad thing. After all, we're supposed to hold them to account. Isn't it so? It is government for the people, by the people, and of the people. I understand it. But it comes to a point where you say, before you ask the government, how far have you gone? Let them assess themselves first. And so you now say, okay, they've assessed themselves. They've picked up 1 or 2 areas where they think they're doing badly or they're doing okay, and they brought to the public. It's not left for us to now say, wait a minute, I think you exaggerated here. Or, oh, I think you underplayed yourself here. But whichever be the case, let us hope that it gets better. We need to get to a point as a country, as a people, where we say, look, if we want Nigeria to grow, then we must begin to market Nigeria well. Don't forget the social media. The world is watching. In the United States and other countries who obviously are top leading economies, I can tell you for a fact, they understand what the impact of social media is. Copy and paste, copy and paste. You don't know this, you think it's just you and that's it. Some people who have never been to this nation before can easily say they need information, they go on the internet and pick anything line hook and sinker and create a powerful documentary, look, that can almost unseat your government. So it's important that we mind what we put out there. Every Nigerian is an ambassador of Nigeria. Whether you live in Nigeria or you live outside Nigeria. Yes, we all are going through the pain. We are feeling the brunt one way or the other. But doesn't necessarily mean that you will pick and magnify the bad one when we have other ones that are working. So if we focus on positive. So I think that for the second person who contributed there was being, for me, it wasn't focusing on the things that are growing. Having said so, the president has said that the Naira is doing well. Let us now look into it. Okay, Naira is doing well. How can we make it do what? Better. That is where we are. We need to stop being regressive and begin to become what? Progressive. Yes, at some point in time, we're taking 10 steps forward, 15 steps backwards. But let's assume it has, closed up the gap now. 10 steps forward, 10 steps backward, which means we're still what? Stagnant. Give it a while. It will end up being 10 steps forward, then 5 steps backwards, which means at least we are 5 steps what? Forward. Give it a while again to end up being no step backwards, rather 10 steps forward. It is time for Nigerians have to wake up. The international world are laughing at us. And look at them. Look at them. They're celebrating the bad things in their country. Meanwhile, other countries, they are picking out the good things. Do you know in China, they have their own social media platforms where they are intentional about growing China. So much that at age 5, they pick you up and start teaching you some certain skills. Right? Yes, there are bad eggs everywhere, but they focus more on the things that are working, technology, focus more on innovation, focus more on the things that whoever's watching around the world will say, wow, China is the next place to go. It's the next destination to go. Why is it so? They are intentional about the image they're putting outside there about China. I'm not an ambassador. I am an ambassador, but not an ambassador, say, like a diplomat. No, we're all ambassadors, right? It's our job to, as Nigerians, to market Nigeria. That's what I mean by being an ambassador for Nigeria. But in actual sense, I am not an ambassador. You're not an ambassador. We don't sit in the embassy, right? But we all have a stake to make sure this country grows. Remember,
Absolutely.
For the people, by the people, and of the people.
Right. Let's move to our second story now, where the federal government has announced a 5% tax on petrol and its consumption starting in January 2026. Now, under the law, Nigerians will pay 500 naira on every 10,000 naira that they spend on petrol. This levy will be collected at the point of purchase and is designed to discourage fossil fuel use while pushing citizens towards cleaner energy. I think this, yes, levy, whatnot. But firstly, I'm anything to push cleaner energy for me is always a welcome idea, is always welcome. Firstly, sometimes things might, to create positive change, there might be a little bit of a shake-up that might be very inconvenient, but I'm happy to see that, we're moving towards cleaner energy. But let's see some of the conversations on social media and how people are reacting to these stories on social media. So social media, Hi Dan says, they will tax on every liter of fuel, which means prices of fuel will go up. The more fuel you use, the more money you pay. Transportation prices and goods are about to go up again. Brace up, people. Hi Dan has that to say. Calmly Unique says, if government wants clean energy, build infrastructure. Stop taxing suffering people. People don't want to pay taxes. Annual Moment says, Nigerians will not know the full extent of what that tax law will unleash on them. Time will tell. Let's see if we have one more reaction to that conversation on social media. Africa Must Be says, instead of piling more taxes on suffering people, the government should be cutting waste and blocking leakages and ensuring that public funds are properly used. True economic growth doesn't come from burdening citizens with endless levies, but from creating policies that ease their pain, encourage productivity, and grow businesses. This is some of the reactions on social media today.
So, this last tweet or last message of contributor, should be told, right? This person sounds like someone who is very sensible, but who understands, how this thing works. But however, let's look at it from the layman's point of view. Okay, 5%, call it whatever you want to call it, tax or whatever, most definitely to have its ripple effect. Okay, is it going to be It's going to create more hardship for Nigerians. I would say yes and a no. But the long run, is it going to benefit Nigerians? This is the hard truth. It will benefit Nigeria. How? I will explain. Now, but let me start with the part that, to make omelets, you must break the egg. We just finished a story talking about how Nigeria is gradually getting out of borrowing. What were we thinking? Do you think that you want to eat omelet without breaking the egg? The money has to be gotten from somewhere else. It's just the fact. It's the truth of the matter. So you see, let us take all our reserve and pay off all our debt and tax citizens for the money we need to run those areas that we took the money out of. This is how government runs. Okay? You don't expect government to say, okay, all the money that we have, pay up our debt, meet up our target, and what else? How will they fund the government? Already we know that cost of governance is very high. That's a big challenge. We also understand that there are other wastage going on. That's like what the last person said. All those other, corners that we left unchecked, where monies, I use the word S, are just being siphoned. We need to block those areas, mitigate any issue that has to do with, people who are corrupt escaping and putting Nigeria in penury. Hold them to account. However, in doing that, we should also understand that in a situation where a particular arm of government is not doing that which it needs to do, call out those people who are responsible and say, look, if you're a legal department and you're slowing down processes to capture those, or rather, jail those who have stolen our money, call them out. Let those institutions work. Let those institutions, I beg your pardon, work. You know what they say? Weak institution creates weak economy. Weak economy creates weak country. Weak country creates weak people, and thereby creating what? Japa syndrome. This doesn't need anyone to have rocket science to know. I don't have to be Elon Musk to know these things. It's just basic thing. Now, having said so, what would this 5%, tax do? What this means is this: that if I go to buy fuel, if you use a 4-cylinder vehicle, right? If normally 5 liters will take you to Victoria Island to the mainland and back, you begin to use what? 8 liters. Why? Because the cost will increase a little bit. However, if this will mean, because I know it won't last forever, after a while there will be some adjustment. But if it means that the money they will take from the tax, that 5%, they will use to sort out all those areas that we are owing money, sort out insecurity, sort out healthcare. If we can use all this money to be able to fix our refinery, fix everything that needs fixing, deal with insecurity, deal with not paying us with their money, deal with all these 7-point agendas that are very key, healthcare, right? Potable water. If that tax, that money can be used to deal with all these things, I bet you Nigeria moving forward will be the greatest country on this planet. Why? Because we have arable land, we have natural resources, we have everything, manpower, we have it all. What we need is leadership that actually leads. And to get leadership that leads, we must start from the grassroots, which is why everybody must feel the pain now. I used to use this word when I'm on radio. I used to say, sweat today, smile tomorrow. Why do I always say that? Meaning to say that if you must enjoy tomorrow, feel the pain now. So the question is, will we survive with the 5%? Yes, we survive.
All right, yes, we'll survive. And on the survival note, let's move on from this conversation and bring the conversation to a close. This is where we'll close the curtains right here on Social Listening segment. Up next is the business news at 11. Do stay with us.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na nema na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne?
Eh.
In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je?
Eh.
Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne?
Eh?
Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
Eh.
To, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko?
Eh.
Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja?
Eh?
Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will smoke, you sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, and thank you for tuning in to the BDTV Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's begin with a look at today's top business headlines. Nigerians' non-oil revenue rises 40.5% to 20 trillion naira in 8 months. The news in Nigeria, where the presidency on Wednesday declared that the nation was witnessing a historic shift in its public finance, with non-oil revenues driving the country's strongest fiscal performance in decades. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, who revealed the statistics, stated that between January and August 2025, total government collections peaked at 20.59 trillion naira, a 40.5% increase compared with the 14.6 trillion naira recorded in the same period in 2024. According to the data from Onanuga, 15.69 trillion naira came from non-oil sources, accounting for 3 out of every 4 naira collected, while describing the figures as a decisive break from decades of dependence on crude oil exports. President Bola Tinubu, on the same day the figures were released, stated that his administration's bold economic reforms designed to restore Nigeria to its enviable position are already delivering positive results. The presidency further explained that the boost in revenue is already being felt across the Federation through unprecedented disbursement from the Federation Account Allocation Committee. Moving on, Nigerians' ambition to achieve 70% broadband penetration by the end of 2025 in the National Broadband Plan 2020 to 2025 represents a bold vision for digital transformation, but the dream is increasingly at risk as penetration lingered at 48.01% in July 2025. The National Broadband Plan, launched in March 2020 when penetration was 39.85% with 75.4 million subscribers, aimed to revolutionize Nigeria's digital economy by delivering high-speed internet to 70% of its 216.7 million population, ensuring minimum speed at 25 megabits per second in urban areas and 10 megabits in rural areas, reducing data costs to 390 naira per 1 GB and achieving 90% population coverage. Aligned with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, the National Broadband Plan envisions a digital economy contributing 22% to the GDP by 2027, fostering job creation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth. In other news, the federal government excited investors on Tuesday with the announcement of plans to float 3 power assets on the Nigerian exchange. The Bureau of Public Enterprises revealed that it would list 2 electricity distribution companies and 1 generational company on the NGX. Sources familiar with the plan told BusinessDay that the choice of assets to be listed on the NGS will be based primarily on the financial performance and operational efficiency. The move, previously reported, is part of the broader efforts to reform the power sector and deepen capital market participation. The Bureau of Public Enterprises is collaborating with the National Economic Council to secure buy-in from state governments to determine the actual equity stakes they own in the targeted power assets and be able to yield such to them at the appropriate time. Still on, 5 directors who have direct and indirect holdings in Unity Bank PLC are set to receive 67% of the proposed 37.14 billion naira payout to shareholders as the bank prepares to merge with Providus Bank Limited. According to the register of members as at 31st December 2023, seen by the Business Day, Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria has 4,130,848 units of shares, representing 34.22% stake in the bank. Unity's bank shareholders will either be receiving cash payment or allotted shares in Providus. Unity Bank has 11.689 billion outstanding shares outstanding, each last traded at 1.51. The proposed 3.18 cash payment is more than double the 1.51 naira which the bank stock last traded on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. And now, on a different note, French shipping giant CMA-CGM has added a peak section surcharge on cargo headed for Nigerian and other West African ports that could see importers pay up to 1 million naira in additional charges. In an official statement, the French company announced that starting September 15, 2025, importers will pay an additional $500 per 20-foot container for dry and reefer cargo from Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and Hong Kong until further notice. The company gave little reasons for the decision except labeling it as a continued effort to provide our customers with reliable and efficient services. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development explains that surcharges are intended as temporary measures applied by shipping lines to address specific challenges at destinations ports and should be withdrawn once conditions normalize. Nigerian importers incur additional costs, including port handling, storage, and custom charges at both origin and destination, as well as war risk premiums, which the country is now advocating to eliminate. To wrap up the business news hour, Nigerian firms have continued to grapple with limited access to credit and high cost of doing business, even as the economy recovers and confidence persists for the 7th consecutive month, according to the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. According to the latest report for August, the current business index rose to 107.3 points, up from 105.4 points in July 2025, driven by stronger performance in technology, finance, manufacturing, energy, and logistics, supported by targeted investment and ongoing reforms. These giants were tempered by structural bottlenecks affecting operational efficiency and business profitability. Major constraints restricting growth and performance in August 2025 were limited financing access, unclear economic policies, reliable electricity supply, high lease and rental costs, and persistent insecurity, NESG wrote in its monthly report. The report indicated that input prices continued to worsen during the period under review despite inflation cooling for the 4th straight month in July to 21.88%. And that wraps up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event themed Navigating Nigeria's New Tax Landscape, Understanding the 2025 Tax Reform Act, and Mandatory e-invoicing for taxpayers brought stakeholders across different tax sectors who shared their insights on the prospects of a new tax law.
Number one is the fact that it is pro-business. That is, it encourages ease of doing business. It it's going to encourage compliance by businesses, and it's going to improve their compliance level. Then the fact that we now have laws that are few in number and harmonize in just 2 documents. Because if you are looking at the one that actually affect the taxpayers, we have the Nigerian Tax Act that imposes taxation, that imposes taxes, and we have the Nigerian Tax Administration Act that deals with how do we comply with those tax laws, the administration. So those are the 2 major laws that will affect the taxpayers. And what this means is that the laws are easier for taxpayers to comply with, because before they have to check through or look through so many tax laws, but now we have just 2 to look through when they are doing their businesses. And also the fact that we have laws now that are very simple. Gone are the days of those complex tax laws, complexity in terms of rules and in terms of wordings, the text. Now we have laws that are simple in text and in wordings, and simple also in rules. So which make it easier, going to make it far easier for taxpayers to comply with. And one of the things when we are talking of the fact that there is ease of compliance is the fact that it also reduces the cost of compliance for them. For me, it's a win-win situation. But if you are looking for the losers will be tax evaders. Yes, those that have been running away from paying taxes, because now the law encourages the deployment of technology. And if you remember that one of the things that was discussed today is the issue of e-invoicing. The fact that now, as you are making your purchases or somebody making his sales, the invoices are generated and reported immediately with the tax authority. So what that means is that nobody can hide any longer. Tax evaders will not find it easy under the new dispensation.
Iben Joel, managing partner at Transact, in his welcome address, speaks on the importance of the training for the growth of the Nigerian tax sector, urging participants to leverage the opportunity to learn and network with key stakeholders across the sector.
There are many benefits. There could be some hurdles before we get to realizing the benefits. Some of those hurdles we talked about, such as the cost of integrating systems. For most small businesses, they don't even have the funds to invest in, say, ERPs in the first place, you know. But overall, the biggest benefits that I see from it is that when invoicing is standardized in that manner, there are certain sectors that could open up. One of them is invoice factoring, which right now is very nascent, if you know what I mean. So, factoring is a situation where once I've issued an invoice to somebody, if the person has not paid, I can take that invoice to the bank and ask the bank to advance me money against that invoice. So right now, because of a lack of that kind of platform where invoices can be easily verified, a lot of banks don't offer invoice discounting.
The first session of the workshop, hosted by Victor A.T., tax partner at Transact, touched on key changes and implications of the 2025 Tax Reform Act, bringing detailed clarity on areas impacted by the reform. The session gave key insights on the taxation of resident and non-resident persons, taxation of individuals and employment income, determination of chargeable gains, taxation of petroleum operations, and indirect taxes, bringing clarity on taxable transactions.
There are some amendments that are there to encourage even investors to come in. We have the no association gas order that will allow them to have credits for their greenfield, and they are depending on the number of oil that are there. But this is actually to make them to develop to come and invest. It's only the gas. We have so much gas in Nigeria that they have not really do anything about it. And with those orders, it will encourage them to invest so that in Nigeria as a country can get value for those gas. It's a welcoming idea. Like before they do provisions, and provisions as far as law is taxation is concerned is not allowable. You just think like, I want to make provision for it, but for you now to be able to deduct it and be allowed for tax purpose, so they are saying fund it. If you think 100 million every year, every $100 million or whatever, in most cases the oil company they do dollar. So it's going to, and because at the end of your leaving that the production place and you want to leave that, you're supposed to restore the place back to its normal state. And so we are making provision that by the time I want to leave, that I've done, I want to restore the place. You are making provision to get money to be able to do it. Because towards that end, the field will not be producing as such. And so to wait till that end will be very difficult. And that is the essence of, okay, make provision for it. And for you to enjoy it as a tax benefit, then fund it. So they're now funding. Before it was like put it in escrow account, which may mean putting it overseas. And given that we are developing, we don't even have money. So the little one we have, depositing in a foreign country, we make those ones to be better than us again. They will have enough money to be using over there. But putting it, they are only asking for 30%. And I think it's CBN they want to use. So if there is a fear of if the bank may collapse, it's like they want to use CBN. So put 30% in Nigeria, that is cash that they can lend out and be able to do some other developments. So it's a good one.
The event also featured 2 panel sessions. The first panel focused on solutions and ways to navigate challenges and future outlook of the country's tax system, while the second panel centered on practical aspects of e-invoicing, including integration, data requirements, and transaction models. Stakeholders also collaborate the impact of the new tax reforms and how it will attract investment for the country. Simply, the tax system and boost compliance.
They have no loser. Everybody is a gainer. It's more of a win-win situation, and government is giving a lot in terms of as an incentive to encourage business and even individuals in the country. Now, the principle is that we are not going to tax the seed, we are taxing the profits. So, and we are not taxing the poor, we are taxing the rich. Because it's simplified, the tax system, and also the issue of fiscalization is there now, that issue of invoicing, which is going to bring many taxpayers into the tax net, and which eventually will increase the revenue of government. You know what we're having presently, I mean, before now is that our tax to GDP ratio is very low. Until recently, that has been increased to about 11 or 13%. But we can still do more, because in the West African, something say expect to be 15% is the minimum tax to GDP ratio. Nigeria is moving to that level with this tax reform and fiscal policies.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event
for today for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no new transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on consumption is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the consumption in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about result tax, heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is right. It's always still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today.
The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much that people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things, what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Whiskey, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key, because people are out there, they don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that, Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you listen to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. 5 directors to pocket bulk of 37 billion naira, Providus Unity payout. My reforms have restored Nigeria's global respect, says Tinubu. Customs collect 3.7 trillion naira in first quarter. China denies conspiring with North Korea, Russia against US. FIFA reveals ticket prices for 2026 World Cup. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where 5 directors who have direct and indirect holdings in Unity Bank PLC are set to receive 67% of the proposed 37.14 billion payout to shareholders as the bank prepares to merge with Providus Bank Limited. According to the Register of Members, as at 31st December 2023, Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria has 4,130,848 units of shares, representing 34.22% stake in the bank. Others are Pan-African Capital Nominee, IBAD Limited, Lighthouse Capital Limited, and El Amin Nigeria Limited. The Central Bank of Nigeria last year approved the proposal for the merger between Unity Bank PLC and Providus Bank Limited as formal regulatory approval necessitated further action towards a formal completion process of the merger. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has revealed that his administration's bold economic reforms, which aim to restore Nigeria to its enviable position, are achieving favorable results. Tinubu added that the country's economy is now stable and attracting interest from around the world, insisting that the pains are gone. The president revealed this while receiving the Sohun of Ogbomosho land, Obagandi Olaoye, Orumogege III, in audience with some other royal fathers at the State House, Abuja. The president added that years of neglect and self-deception, fake records, smuggling, among others, deny Nigeria the necessary revenue for progress and development. Still on, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that the Nigeria Customs Service generated 3.7 trillion naira in the first half of the year. Edun made this disclosure at the 62nd meeting of the Customs Board, attributing the performance, which was 12.5% above budget and 25% higher than the same period last year, to the reforms of the present administration, including the National Single Window Initiative. According to the minister, Customs recorded a revenue of 1.3 trillion in the first quarter of 2025, more than double of the 600 billion collected during the same period last year, a feat the service attributed to efficiency, transparency, and enforcement. The federal government reportedly gave the service a revenue target of 6.584 trillion naira in the 2025 fiscal year, while the Senate Committee on Customs in June raised the target to 10 trillion naira. To end the local news, the Northern Elders Forum has urged President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency in the northern Nigeria, citing the worsening scale of insecurity and the government's constitutional and international obligation to protect lives. In a communique signed by its spokesperson Abubakar Jidere on Wednesday, the forum demanded a state of emergency in northern Nigeria, acknowledging the extraordinary scale of the crisis. The elders called on the government to deploy adequately trained, armed, and equipped security forces with clear rules of engagement to protect civilian population and secure international border regions. NEF expressed grave concern over the state of violent attacks, abduction, and killings across the region, warning that continued inaction could endanger Nigeria's stability and regional peace. On the foreign scene, China has defended its decision to invite the leaders of Russia and North Korea to World War II commemorations, which President Donald Trump accused them of using to conspire against the United States. Trump wrote a testy Truth Social post addressing his Chinese counterpart after North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian Vladimir Putin flanked Xi Jinping at a massive parade in Beijing, showcasing China's military prowess. Beijing's foreign minister announced on Thursday that foreign guests had been invited to commemorate 80 years since the end of World War II, describing it as working together with peace-loving countries and people to remember history, cherish the memories of martyrs, cherish peace, and create the future. Also, the Australian government has agreed to pay the small Pacific island nation of Nauru some $1.6 billion over 3 decades to resettle former detainees who have no legal right to remain in Australia in the latest iteration of Australia's controversial offshore detention policies. Both governments signed a secretive deal last week under which Nauru would settle up to 354 people who have no legal rights to stay in Australia in exchange for an initial 408 million Australian dollar payment and about 70 million Australian dollar each year. Independent Senator David Pocock say a snap Senate hearing on Wednesday might reveal that the agreement with Nauru to send asylum seekers there could cost the Australian government up to 2.5 billion Australian dollars over 30 years. Now to sports. FIFA has announced ticket prices for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, with group stage tickets starting at $60 and the most exclusive seats for the final reaching up to $6,730. For the first time in history, the tournament will adopt dynamic pricing, meaning ticket costs could fluctuate depending on demand. The system was tested earlier this year during the FIFA World Cup, where semi-final ticket prices dropped significantly to fill seats. According to reports, the first phase of sales begin on Wednesday, September 10th, with exclusive early access for Visa card holders. To end the news, the Free State Stadium located in Bloemfontein has been cleared by FIFA to host the World Cup qualifying clash between the Super Eagles and the Bafana of South Africa next week. According to reports, there had been uncertainty over which venue would host Bafana's World Cup qualifying matches at home, after concerns had been raised about the unsatisfactory pitch conditions at the Free State Stadium. A joint statement from FIFA and CAF, however, gave the arena the green light to stage the match following further inspections by officials from both governing bodies. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system,
young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na nema na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg. Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja.
Daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni? Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Al-Majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started from the younger age when while unfortunately some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not make problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for Al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. Even the other Al-Majres, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time, by government establishing this, I think the program of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so that they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government the state, at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with the at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone and welcome to this special edition of Business Day Millennial Hangouts. My name is Ethel Adonu, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and today I am honored to be your moderator for today's important conversation. Our theme for today is return on investment in real estate. When we talk about investing, most of us immediately think about stocks, crypto, or maybe that side hustle we have been passionate about. But one investment has stood the test of time across generations is real estate. Unlike many other assets, properties is tangible. You can see it, live in it, or rent it, and over time, it often appreciates in values. So still, for many, the idea of buying land or property can feel intimidating. Now, questions like, do I even have enough to start, or isn't real estate just for the wealthy, often come up? And that is why, as always, Business Day is bringing this hot topic straight to you today. And in today's conversation, we will be exploring what return on investment is in real estate, and then why it matters and why young people need to start seeing it as an opportunity. So I am not here alone. I have got brilliant speakers here with me, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all. Thank you for joining this program today, and it promises to be an exciting one. Now, joining us today is Fatima Aderibigbe, Head of Sales and Marketing, HH Holdings Group. Thank you for joining us, Fatima. We can't wait to hear what you have for us today.
Thank you for welcoming me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Also, to join us is Moses Mobolo, a strategic business leader. Thank you for being here, Moses.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to more interaction.
Thank you. We also have Imelda Usorolaoye, founder and CEO, Think Mint Nigeria. Thank you for joining us today, Imelda. Okay, and we have also Oluwakemi Adeyemo, a real estate investment advisor at Future Perfect Limited. Thank you for being here, Oluwakemi.
I think I had. Thank you for welcoming me. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had a bit of a glitch.
Thank you for being here, Imelda. Okay, so thank you all for joining us today. And of course, we can't wait to hear what you have for us today. They have got insightful and brilliant knowledge to share with us today. So your only job is to sit back and watch them while they do justice to the topic. So we'll be going straight to the Q&A section, and I will be taking it in no particular order. I'll be calling them and then asking them questions while they provide insights to it. So I would like to start with Fatima. As a head of marketing and sales, I want to ask you this question: how is return on investment calculated, and in relation to real estate investing? I will take the question again: how is return on investment calculated in relation to real estate investing?
Thank you very much, Ethel. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay, let me take it again. How is return on investment calculated in relation to real estate investing?
Okay. Returns on investment is calculated in various ways and for varying reasons. So if it was rental, basically we'll say returns on investment is net profit divided by your total investment times 100. But if it was for residential or for rental, what is going to be is like your rental annual rent yield minus your cost. You know that if you have a property, it's either you pay taxes, maybe your land use charges, you've done some maintenance, you've done some property renovation, you subtract them from your rental price. So if, for example, I bought a property at 50 million and I'm renting at 6 million naira, and my total cost of expenses, tax payments, and all these things is about 1 million naira. So my net profit is 5 million naira. So that would be about 10% ROI on that transaction. If it was for sales, especially where I'm buying to flip, and I'm buying, so I'll look at what is my purchase price? How much did I buy the property? Was there any improvement, any charges that I paid? Maybe title documents verification, what it is that I added. So what it would be, and if there's any renovation. So for example, if I bought a property at 25 million, 20 million, sorry, and my cost of documentation and all this is about 5 million naira, and I sell at 30 million naira. So my gain or my net profit is about 5 million naira. And so that is also about 20% returns on investment thereabout. Again, you could also use, some people use tax benefits, mortgage, to calculate it. You could also use this cap method depending on your investment. So if there's any mortgage that you have taken into consideration, which you also add, if there's mortgage you add, is depending. So there are various reasons. Sometimes people use net operating income depending on the kind of investment that you are measuring. So, but the basic is that whatever it is, whatever your net profit is, divided by your total investment times 100 will give you your returns on investment in that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. That was brilliant. Thank you. It was really a detailed way to calculate ROI. Thank you. So my next question is for Moses. As a business strategic business leader, what are the key factors that affect ROI in real estate? I will take it again. What are the key factors that affect return on investment in real estate?
Thank you so much for the wonderful question. I believe the audience can hear me clearly, because when it comes to investment in real estate, the return on investment is very, very important. Because I always tell my clients there are what we call opportunity costs. So if you are not investing in real estate, what else do you need to invest? So in looking at the key factors that affect your return on investment in real estate, I always tell people location, location, location. The location of your property is very, very important, even far beyond the property type. So let's take, for instance, if you check the rental value of property in places like Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Lekki, versus the rental property in Ikorodu, Songota, or Ibadan, the difference is very clear. So think about location first. Then number two, you think about the property type. What am I going into? Is it a short-let apartment, or is it a traditional long-term renters? This also ties back to location. If my property is in a place like Lekki or Ajao Estate, where many travelers need to stay overnight, have some parties, short-let will help me to get faster return on investment rather than long-term renter. Another factor you also consider is what is the infrastructure around that property. If the property have a proximity to key commercial hubs, like you talk about the Dangote refinery, talk about the Lekki Deep Blue Sea, you talk about Ubudu Cattle Ranch, the more infrastructure within that facility, the better the return on investment. Another key factor I would say you should look out for is the market condition. What is the current inflation rate? What is the current exchange rate? What is government policy concerning housing? The new tax system has been approved. How will this affect my property? So at any point in time, think about the location, think about the property type.
Are investing back home, so demand keeps getting higher and higher by the day. And we also have a demography of young people who are looking to also enter into the real estate space, either to preserve money or just to make money or even just to own a home, right? So, and because of that demand, that also means that chances are higher that people will want to skim you out of your money. Chances are higher that people will want to, play a fast one, play some games, because we have a lot of people come into it. So I like to give this example that if you pour sugar in a particular location, before you know it, you see ants, right, swam over that sugar because it is attractive to them, right? So real estate has recently become attractive. So chances of being scammed and skimmed of your money is equally high. And that is why due diligence is very, very detailed. And I also tell investors that you yourself need to be informed on what due diligence in real estate means to you. Because due diligence means different things to everybody, right? So there's legal due diligence, there is financial due diligence, there's location due diligence. In fact, I added one to say that there is emotional due diligence, right? There's even technical due diligence. So you may actually be buying a property that may not serve your purpose because maybe some things were not checked, right? So due diligence is very, very critical. But more important is what every individual sees as due diligence. So let me give an example again. Sometimes when people want to do due diligence, they say, oh, they sent me a survey, or I went to coordinate and I sent it to somebody in somewhere in a ministry of lands and so on and so forth, and they said it's okay. So in my head, I'm like, it's okay. What exactly is okay? What exactly does being okay mean? Right? Some people also think that once they say, oh, this property or this land is free from every known government acquisition, they feel, oh, okay, that's due diligence has been done. But no. So due diligence will be structured based on that particular asset, right? Due diligence should be structured based on that particular asset. So what that also means is that I might have to build in standing, because again, based on your either short-term, mid-term, or long-term goal, right? That determines where you invest in, whether you want to do areas that are developing with potential for growth, or areas that are just emerging, or areas that gentrification is going on, or areas that are even booming, right? So if you have a short-term goal, for instance, right, say 12 to 18 months or max 2 years, you want to enter and exit, to be able to maximize return in the short term in that type of market, say for instance where gentrification is going on, places like Yaba, Surulere, Obudu, as we have it now, that you have all these olden days plots. I call them olden days plots because they are far, far different from what we call plots these days, right? So in some areas like Obudu, for instance, Obudu GRA, you have plots of 1,000 square meters and even more, and you will probably have one house on it, one mansion sitting on it. So it could have been zoned back then for low to medium density homes, right? So, but now we have population increase. People want to live in some certain places and they want to feel secure. So some of those plots are now being redeveloped, right? To have multiple family units or to have multiple apartments, right? So if you want to invest in that type of a market, again, after doing all your research and you look at it, so for instance, houses in Ogudu are currently selling for north of 340 million. As a millennial, you may not be able to cough out an entire 340 million. So this is where leverage comes in. You can leverage on community, you can leverage on single digit mortgage loan. I'm very careful to say single digit mortgage loan, right? So you can leverage on those types of loan. I think we now have MREF. If anybody just Google MREF, you'll be able to read more about that. So you could leverage on those single digit interest to invest in certain types of markets, right? You could draw down on facilities that will not erode your return on investment, right? You could pull people together, people of like mind, pull resources together with a clear goal of entering that market and exiting within a short term. Now, exiting within a short term could also be dicey, like Moses mentioned earlier, because if your calculation and your research is not sound, if you do not understand the market that you're putting your money in at that point in time, your money may be sitting in the market beyond the period that you actually want to pull out your money and to gain return. So your research is very, very key. Your goal is very, very key. Your period is also very, very key. And the time you're entering the market. And I tell the people, my clientele that I advise that see your exit before you enter. You have to see a clear exit of your investment before you enter. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to exit, right? At maybe whenever you pen down that you wanted to exit, you could leave it, but you must see the exit. You must see a possible exit before you enter the market, right? So, excuse me, with that, leverage even becomes easier, right? So when you can clearly state that, okay, I can exit this way, or I can exit this investment this way, it's easy for you to convince other people to say, okay, let's pull resources together. And why I speak more to pulling resources together is because the cost of fund is almost zero. So if you take single digit in mortgage, you still have to pay some interest every month, right? Every year. And you have to take from your money, your income, your salary to pay down principal and interest. But if you can build a community of like-minded people who are investment driven and focused, you can leverage on OPM, other people's money. You pull resources together, you do your research, you put legal structures in place, you enter that market, you exit, you take a chill pill till the next opportunity presents itself. And I mean, I've seen that happen a lot. Especially in Lagos real estate markets. I hope I've been able to speak to leverage.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much, Oluwakemi. Thank you for even highlighting some of the real topic, even as how to leverage your communities and even leverage loans before, if you're finding it difficult to raise up capital for your real estate investing. Now, let's even take a look about the risk associated with real estate investing. So that would take me to Fatima. This question is for you. What are the potential risks associated with real estate investing, and how can they impact return on investment?
Thank you very much. And like every investment, you have your risk, you have your benefits.
Yeah.
And like the last speaker said, you need to be careful. You must have a strategy, your entry strategy, your exit strategy. And like we've always said, real estate is very diverse. You can exit, you can enter. And even while you're in there, if there are challenges, you can diversify. So first, I'll look at the title fraud. The title fraud risk is one that is very important. The last speaker said, title verification is much more than going to the land registry to check and see whether there's no encumbrances regarding the property. There's quite a lot of things that you have to look at. Proper documentation. Also ensure that even if they are community lands or fully lands, they are well verified. Look at the land. What kind of soil does it have? What kind of zoning plan does the government have in that area? There are some areas that are really designated for industrial. You buy the land, you want residential in there, and you begin to find that there's a lot of issue. Or you see that whether the area still has a certain level of development that will go on there. Also, another thing is supply in the market. This is another potential risk. Everybody's building. And when you get to some areas in Lagos, what you just find is lots of development going on and nobody occupying or anybody buying. So one of the first things is to understand You have to first understand the demand in the market. If the demand far outweighs the supply, then it's good to go. But when you have oversaturation, there are some areas where you have oversaturation of short-let apartments, and you find some people that are measuring vacancy rates. Vacancy rate is high. So one of those things will also erode your return on investment. So proper thing is proper search. Before you begin to invest, whether you are investing in form of bricks or short-let, check what the supply is in that area and the demand. So whatever it is, if, for example, I started with short-let, and I see that the supply of short-let has been eroded in the market, or the supply is that much, I can switch to long-term. I can begin to earn my rent annually. Another thing is construction cost escalation. Unfortunately, we have no control over that because of when inflation, interest rates, and as such. So that one also, that's another potential risk. But one good thing is that, especially when you are an investor or you are working with a developer, one of the things is that you can lock down construction prices in contracts. You can find a way to lock them down. We have some people that when you are doing construction, it is expected that if you are doing construction on large scale, you already lock down prices with some of your vendors. You have them supply, or you talk about costs even before you do that. Another thing too is regulatory risk. You have to make your findings, dot your I's. So what is the approval rate? What is the assessment rate if I'm building a duplex? What is it if I'm doing a multi-level property? And again, economic shocks. Those ones, when it comes to inflation, interest rates, these are other factors too that can also influence or whether make or mar your ROI. When inflation is high, what it does is that there's capital appreciation on your property and demand. If interest rate is high, what it does is that it reduces. It reduces, even mortgage becomes high. People don't want to leverage on mortgage to buy houses. So again, inflation, if FX is down, it means that there's a lot of foreigners entering. So you find demand for properties. So liquidity risk is another one I would like us to consider, even for real estate. Liquidity risk to economic shocks. If you have F swing, what it does is that it increases your cost and it lowers the affordability of houses for people. These among others, but like I said, documentation and title risk, especially when you want to flip a property and you have a wrong title, that is the worst mistake any investor can make, because what it does is that it reduces the value of your investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Thank you for explaining the questions. I think one of the things that stood out for me was when you explained the risk around short-let investing, because I know short-let is one of the areas in real estate that it has been attracting a lot of investors. And that will take us to the next question, because I get to see people who invest in short-lets that are not in a good areas. And what comes to my mind is, how were they able to convince them, and how do they even go about their return on investment, knowing that people don't really come to those properties? So over to you, Moses. I know you will do justice to this question. How can investors mitigate risk and protect their return on investment in real estate?
Good question. I think for this particular question, we put a bit of Canadian context to it too,
okay,
so that we'll have a clearer perspective, because when it comes to real estate, I invest both in Canada and in Nigeria.
Wow.
Any business without risk, I would tell you don't go into the business, because normal portfolio management, we know the higher the risk, the higher the returns. And if you want to totally avoid risk, that means you're not ready for business. So as a real estate investor, as a millionaire that really want to focus on investing in real estate, how can you mitigate some of this risk? Yes, some of our panelists have talked about your due diligence, which is good. Some of our panelists have talked about the role of property management, which is also very good. I just want to add few things. That first, your objective should drive all you do when it comes to real estate. And the market context is very important when it comes to risk mitigation. But in all, have it at the back of your mind that if I have a lower risk, I'm going to have a lower return on investment. If I have a higher risk, I'm going to have a higher return on investment. Like we mentioned, the booming area, which is short-let. Short-let currently is booming, not just in Nigeria, in most parts of the world, even here in Canada. But the question is, does short-let have a stable return on investment? Because when it comes to business, cash flow is very important because cash is king. And whenever your cash is tied down, it can lead to liquidity crisis. Like one of our panelists mentioned, the importance of liquidity when you talk about risk. So if I'm focusing on short-let only, indirectly, I am very, very close to high-risk investment. And as a strategist, I will always advise, no matter how good your goal is, always try to balance your portfolio. And what do I mean by balancing your portfolio? If my goal is to maximize my investment, I have to ask myself the question, short term, long term, strategic term, what do I need? At the short term, I allocate 30% of my investment into short-let. I also locate my bulk of my investment, which is about 50%, into areas that I know I call the land banking in developing areas, that the property will surely appreciate. While I locate the remaining 20% in normal, standard, traditional property. And what that does is, because my portfolio is diversified, I'm diversifying the risk. If the economic downturn happens and it affects the developmental areas because of lack of infrastructure, or there is a government policy, it's only affecting 50% of my investment. My short-term apartment in places like Lekki, like Ajawa Estate, like Ikoyi is still moving. Now, if I decide to invest in area because there is a premium area and I think I'm going to get money from it, I will tell you the truth. In terms of demand in those areas too, how many target audience are qualified to buy that property in Banana Island? Because the demand will not be as high than the massive location. I have to be sure that I have that cash flow that can keep my business before I can make that sales. So first risk mitigation strategy to maximize your investment is diversify your portfolio. There is no standard, but what has worked for me is what I'm preaching. 30% on your short term, 50% on your strategic long term, and your 20% on your working or operational approach, which means that I move with the market. That's my first strategy, and it has been working. Then two, what market am I playing? And what are the external factors? Because at any point in time, you are not the only one in the real estate space. More people are coming, more government policy are coming. How can I manage the shock when it happens? That leads me to the area of collaboration instead of competition. We are all in this business to support families, to support business, to ensure there is stability in the industry. So don't work alone. I used to that approach of where your strength is and where my strength is, and how can we see to collaborate. So I say, Milena, that's going into real estate, don't think it about competition. Think more about collaboration. Who are in the industry already? Does this company have a strength in Abuja? Do I have a strength in Asaba? How can we collaborate to work with each other? Because when that happened, it helped to mitigate the shock, because the shock will surely come. Then my third advice will be to have what I call a backup approach. A backup approach in the sense that inflation may come, government policy may come, aside the investment that I've put into the real estate already. If there's a currency depreciation, if there's a currency appreciation, there's a downturn in the market, what other market do I have outside Nigeria? For me, that's what led to investment in places like Canada and other parts of the world. So don't limit your investment as a millionaire to only Nigeria. Think about neighboring countries like Ghana and other economy, that if what's happened here, I also have another place to fall in. So in summary, diversify your investment, make sure you collaborate with others, and think beyond your immediate environment. Those are my 3 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moses. Thank you for spotlighting that 3 points. Again, speaking about diversification, you even need to know about the market trend before thinking of you want to diversify your portfolio. So that would take us to like the next question, which is around market trend. So this is for you, Imelda. How do market trend and economic conditions impact return on investment in real estate?
I actually was looking forward to that question. So, Nigeria is a classic example of how market trends has actually greatly impacted real estate. I mean, comparing just within the last 3 to 4 years, when I think it was last time on this show, on the same show, where I spoke about how people were buying properties in Lekki, on the Orchard Road corridor between Chevron and even down to, I mean, Lekki 1 Freedom Way. You could get a 3-bedroom duplex. At least I'm very sure that we had projects like that within our portfolio, and they were selling for 35 million naira. This was in 2020. Same area now, same corridor. You can't find anything. At least I think minimum you would find would probably be like maybe like an 85, 90 million. And that's not a new house, right? We have some projects selling in that same area going for like about 150 million. So where am I driving to? My point is that inflation, or Nigeria is greatly impacted by inflation. And inflation helps the real estate markets, because what it has done, or what it does, is that it makes the products skyrockets, price of products skyrockets, and real estate industry has actually greatly benefited from that in the last few years. And there's really nowhere in the world where you would have that margin in terms of returns in investments like you would find in Nigeria. And that's the major market trend that anybody who is looking to invest in real estate would or should look into or should look at. Now, another thing is that I always tell people that the real estate industry in Nigeria has just kicked off. And what I mean by that is that because of government policies, because of new trends, because of government impact now, there are now more areas that are opened. There's now more infrastructure, available in even areas that were upcoming. In about like 2 years ago, we would say that some areas were upcoming, these are areas that I don't want to go to. There's now infrastructure going in those areas. And because of that, price of property has greatly increased, right? But these properties have not gotten to their peak yet, because the demand has just started, right, in those areas. And regardless of the fact that we would think that there are many housing projects going on, it has not met the supply yet. There's still a very huge deficit in the real estate industry in Nigeria, very huge. And this is the right time for any real estate or any investor to key into owning a property. I mean, if you didn't do that 3 years ago when it was a bit cheaper, I think between now, this year and next year, one will want to do that early next year, because we're going to see peak prices even from this last quarter into next year. There's going to be more increase in prices in property, cost of property, and because of the current inflation situation in Nigeria, and which has also affected cost of construction, affected so many things generally. Because of that, we're going to keep seeing an increase in real estate markets in Nigeria. So this is one thing that a would-be investor should be looking out for and put into consideration when looking at investing in a place like Nigeria. That's why Nigerian real estate markets remains one market where the returns would always be high. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imelda. Thank you for spotting out the new market trends in real estate. So over to you, Oluwakemi. I know she had mentioned some areas. Now the question is around how investors can leverage those market trends. So here's my question to you. How can investors adapt to changing market conditions to maintain return on investment?
Thank you for that question. So Imelda talked about what has transpired in the last 5 years, especially within the Lekki corridor. And true to what she just said, I mean, some 2 years ago, there was a development, a 2-bedroom actually, around the Chevron axis that sold for 35 million. I mean 35 million. So if you just type on Google now that price of 2-bedroom within that same corridor, you would see something from 70 million and above, right? So that's a whooping 100%, right? So as time change, every investor, to maximize your return, you have to have your eyes on the ball. So I also tell people that real estate is a serious business, right? I love how Moses tried to compare 2 regions and how he said after getting his hands burnt, he had to take it seriously. And he's looking at statistics, he's keeping his eyes on the trend. So there are trends that will be sustained for a while. And there are trends that will come and then go and then come again. So an investor, to maintain your return, you have to keep your eyes on the trend. That means you have to take real estate business seriously. I mean, that's where bulk of your money goes into as an individual, or shall I even say as a millennial, right? Most of the time in a lifetime, your real estate investment is about the single biggest investment. That's where bulk of your income over a period of time goes into. So why not? I think it is worth paying serious attention to. It is worth paying attention to where your money goes into, and as I mentioned earlier, how your money will also come out, even if you choose not to exit that investment. So you have to keep your eyes on the trend. You have to keep your ears on the ground. You need to attend conversations like this. You need to attend fora where real estate is being discussed. Real estate is like the environment. We live in real estate. We move inside real estate. Without real estate, human being cannot exist actually. That's how I see it. So it is something that you have to be heavily invested in. Do your research, keep tabs on. If I check your notifications and I'm not seeing notifications on real estate, on trends that are happening in real estate, if I'm not seeing those notifications, that means you need to double up, right? As an investor, even if all you own or all you aspire to have is just a home, you still need to keep your ears on the ground. There are places that people have bought homes and they really are not enjoying staying in there. They are not getting maximum return. Again, return on investment can be sentimental. It can also be monetary, right? So you need to decide which one you want. So for homeowners or first-time homeowners, what they are usually looking for is sentimental return. That, aha, I now have my own home, or aha, I'm no longer paying rent. So I call that sentimental return. Still, even if you're looking for sentimental return, you still have to keep your ear to the ground so that you will not go and buy a house and after some few months you are not even able to live in there, right? And if you're gunning for monetary return, you have to take it very, very serious. Join fora, attend events that talks about real estate. Even if for the first few attendance you don't seem to understand what is being said, keep going, right? Keep going. With time, your vocabulary increases. With time, you get to understand such that you yourself can design your investment portfolio for yourself in real estate. Now, speaking to trends again, the statistics says that we have people between ages of 19 and 25 as I think 60% of the Nigerian population. Now, this set of people will soon be growing up into adults. I mean, proper adults. They will need homes. They will need homes. And if COVID doesn't teach us anything, it has taught us that our homes are very critical. Our homes are sacred. So, and the reason why you have more development, more people building homes, Imelda spoke to the fact that we have not even scratched the demand, right? Yes, people may say you have houses empty. It's because people have their investment goals, right? They are better off having their money in real estate because it can preserve that cash. She talked about inflation. Yes, I love inflation so much. Some people will say, oh, okay, if I invest in real estate, the return, inflation, and all that. But I also always tell them that, do you know that if you have that money in your account somewhere, you probably would have spent it, right? Or something happens and you can't really account for the money. But if it is in a strategic real estate portfolio, whether abroad or here, you would have been able to preserve spending it. You would have been able to keep that money away from it being eaten up by inflation. You would have hedged that money, right? And the appreciation of real estate even makes it increase. So you have to keep your eyes on the trend. You need to know what exactly is going on. You need to know what is happening. You need to focus on policies around real estate investment in wherever you choose to invest in. There are a lot of policy changes and shifts happening right now. So to maximize return on investment, you need to keep your eye on it. I attend a lot of fora set up by Lagos real estate, by Lagos state government rather, because that's where most of my investors are investing in, and that's where our focus is in. So I attend almost all of the fora. I'm on several groups because we need to keep abreast what is going on in the market so that we can catch the trend or even create the trend. Yes, it's possible to create trend, I mean. So I think with that, yes, an investor will be fine once they can keep their eyes on the trend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oluwakemi. Thank you for that robust answer. Now, I didn't even realize we are almost exhausting our time. So let's just quickly go around the room. So this is going to be like a 1-minute question. I just want to know, what is your last advice to someone starting out his or her real estate journey today, and even to people who have been there? What is that one thing you want to say to them? So I will start with Fatima.
Thank you. First thing first is real estate can start small. I'm sure most people are wondering, they've heard prices, people talking about 35 million, 50 million, and they're wondering, I don't even have half of this. You can start very small in real estate. You can pull resources together. You can start with REITs. You know, one of the things that every speaker has said is strategy. When you're going into real estate, you must have a real estate strategy. What entirely do you want to achieve? What is your motive? Do you just want cash acquisition? Do you want capital acquisition? So first thing first, understanding your strategy and starting small. Sometimes you can only invest in REITs. There are private REITs, there are public REITs in property where you can invest your money and watch it grow. There are some people too that also do development, and you partner with developers that do off plan. It means that you can buy a property while it is still under construction and you can spread your payment. So for example, if the property was going for like about 30 million and he has a 12 months construction span, you can begin to pay in bits. if really you are, because sometimes people find it easier to pay for property in bits than that bulk sum. And eventually, some of them even buy it, not necessarily to own it. I know some people who buy off plan just because they want to flip it, not necessarily because they need it. So they pay the initial deposit, and as soon as they begin to pay, before the expiration or the construction period, the price would have gone up. So initially, the developer start about 30 million for a two-bedroom. By that time construction is ending, the property might have gone to about 50 million naira. So if I had invested and I had paid in off plan and I've been paying it by the time I'm selling to whoever is buying at that point in time, I've made over 20 million naira. So again, it's also ensuring that you listen. The last speaker said it. Every avenue where discussions on real estate is going on, please always ask. What happens is that your knowledge becomes wider, your vocabulary becomes larger, and you'll be able to understand and know where to pitch your tent. Sometimes, like you said, like Mr. Moses said, even real estate is not all about competition. Not that I want to get there. Sometimes you find that leveraging on people's knowledge or leveraging on with other people in real estate can give you the right returns on investments that you want. One, you need to learn. It's not just about building properties in locations, because for you to get high ROI, there must be an imbalance in the demand and supply. As far as the imbalance, you need to understand. So watch trends. The infrastructural trends will also show you where real estate is moving to. Everybody, and those that I said earlier had moved to the Lekki Ekpe corridor. I'm sure several years ago when they were buying, people were wondering, why are you buying into bushes? But because people already understood government's plan in those areas, if you get to some areas in Ikorodu now, where the Fourth Mainland Bridge will be located, I can assure you that to get land now is like looking for a needle in a stack. They'll be calling prices that you'll be wondering why this is going, because people are following trend. The Abuja Kaduna Railway too. You find that that corridor, people are moving and are getting accommodation. So ahead of time, if you already have the right information, it helps you in projecting. You can lock down that area, do land banking, and like everybody has said, not just land banking blindly, but in areas where there are already talks of infrastructural development, so that when those things begin to happen, you've already established yourself in there. So those are the that I'll mention that you look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you for pointing all of that out. I would like to call Moses to also like give out one advice. Make it real brief because we are running shortage of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Fatima have said it all. I just want to just mention that before I bought my first car, I have built my first house. And the beauty about real estate is when you start, you keep going. So my parting words is just to advise all millennials to act. And for me, my ACT acronym just stands for acquire knowledge. Don't go into real estate without learning about the property laws, the title, the market trend. Learn before you go into it. My C stands for choose smartly. Talking about potential income, talking about return investment, talking about the property, always know that information is key. For instance, if you are talking about short let within Lekki, you have a very good return investment. If you're talking about land banking, you focus on area like Ekpe. So what is my strategy? Choose smartly. Then finally, take action. Don't wait endlessly. The best time to invest in real estate, to me, it is now. Many who bought land in Lekki area in Ekpeju Lekki area in 2015 at 2 million. Value is about 20 million now. So don't wait. If you wait endlessly, you won't get results. Action beat hesitation. Delay often meet higher costs. So act now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moses. Thank you for that brilliant advice. Now over to you, Imelda. Let me just deviate a bit from the questions. I would like you to like debunk one myth about real estate today. To our listeners, what is one thing that you want them to stop believing about real estate investment?
Oh, okay. I already had my one-liner. Okay. I mean, so for me, right, when I hear people being scared about investing in real estate, I mean, all I can say is that real estate is very interesting. I made all my money in real estate. I can't think of any other thing. I mean, anything else I can do aside from real estate. And that's how sweet real estate can be, right? As an investor. Um, Another thing I could say is that the truth is that in real estate, of course, there are risks, right? But if you take all there are risks that you can mitigate, you can get around with. It's not a death sentence. It's not that you always fall into the wrong trap. Yourself, with your knowledge, your understanding, asking people the right questions, doing your own research, looking for the right people to work with, you can always scale, with real estate. So you need to drop the fear. You need to drop the mindset that, oh, they are all scammers. They just want to take my money. I mean, because in any business, there are downsides and there are always going to be some people who would not run it properly. This doesn't mean that those products are all generally bad. So just look out for the right people you can invest with or work with. Another thing I would like to add quickly is that your first property does not have to be your home. In fact, many people who have made it in real estate, made it big, were living in a rented apartment and they invested greatly. You see them buying into every real estate development every off-plan project that was coming up. They were keen into it. I have clients who bought in not more than 5, they will buy in like 5 different off-plan projects at the same time. And they are like, see, I've not bought my house yet. All these are all investment strategies. They are building equity to buy the home that they want, building leverage, and then also gaining assets, building assets also, and generational wealth, as the case may be, before they buy their home. So your first real estate purchase does not have to be your home. In fact, I would advise that it shouldn't be your home. Rather, invest that money into something that would, and a real estate portfolio that will give you additional income and that can help you get your home at the end of the day. So that's it. And just like Moses has said, start, speak to us. We're millennials, and I mean, we're a testament that real estate works. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Imelda. Thank you for being a testament that real estate work, and thank you for that advice. Now, lastly, over to you, Kemi. What is one advice that you have to someone listening to us today?
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone who's spoken. So, not to overflog what has been said, I would say know yourself, know your wealth stage, right? And as you're gathering knowledge, start acting, right? So real estate is very interesting. I mean, very interesting. And I should also warn you that if you get immersed in it, you can get addicted to it. Like Imelda said, you really can get addicted to it. I'm addicted to it. I know people that are addicted to real estate. So once you can get it right, you get addicted and you start enjoying it. So you can make mistakes here and there. It's okay. It's fine. It shouldn't be the end of the world. Just learn from those mistakes. Ensure you learn from those mistakes. If possible, document what you learn, document your experiences such that you can pass it on to the children, right? So I also encourage millennials that as fast as possible, as much as possible, and that's even put pressure on you to start learning. Pass all this knowledge to your children. That's how to build legacy. That's how to get them immersed into it such that whatever you may have amassed, they can protect it, they can guard it, they can grow it, they can multiply it, and even pass it on to generations to come. So I actually authored a book where I document 10 mistakes that each investor can avoid, regardless of your level, right? And it started from when I had my first investment. I bought some acres of land and I couldn't access it. And, I went back and I said, wait a minute, why did this happen? And I saw that, oh, I didn't know Jack. I didn't know Jack. I just had come and buy, it's cheap. And I bought it, right? So start acquiring as much knowledge as you can in real estate, right? And with knowledge, with adequate and right knowledge and application of it, you most likely will be able to mitigate or reduce your risk. Thank you.
Wow, we've had an interesting conversation today. Thank you so much, Imelda. It has been so enriching and so insightful. I want to say a very big thank you to our brilliant speakers for taking our time to, break down this big topic as big as real estate is and making it feel so real, so relatable and practical, from uncovering the smart ways to spot investment opportunities to showing us how patience and strategy can turn property into profit. Today has been an eye-opening, and I want to say a very big thank you. Thank you to our amazing listeners. Thank you for, taking our time to join this conversation. And to every millennial listening right now, real estate isn't just for the wealthy. It's for those who are bold, curious, and those who are ready to start small and grow big. I am Ethel Adorno, and it's been an absolute pleasure moderating this section today. Thank you, and until next time, keep dreaming, keep daring, keep improving, and most importantly, keep investing in your future. Thank you, and have an amazing day.
The dinner for today, for us to really discuss estate as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved in social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated. One, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that You pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about result tax, heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today.
The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Whisker, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called robust and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with there is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key, because people are out there, they don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, Engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on as it's.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, the BPE to list Disco's Genco on stock exchange as part of 2025 revenue drive. A Nigerian crude sells $71 per barrel. OPEC Plus signals output boost. And non-oil revenue jumps 40% to 20.6 trillion naira, and this is by the presidency. The United Nations halts air service in Nigeria over lack of funds after 9 years. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises, Ayodeji Belei, has announced plans to list 2 electricity distribution companies and 1 generation company on the Nigerian exchange. The announcement was made during his first official media briefing in Abuja since taking office in mid-2024. While the specific firms were not named, Belei explained that the move is aimed at allowing Nigerians to participate in the ownership of key power assets by offering portions of the federal and state government 70% residual holdings. The Bureau hopes to boost inclusiveness, strengthen corporate governance, and improve transparency in the sector. And the BPE is targeting 2.3 billion naira in revenue this year. Through 15 strategic transactions, having already raised 170.74 billion naira, largely from the concession of the Zungeru hydropower plant and the Afam 3 fast power project. And other initiatives, including the sale of coal blocks, non-core telecom assets, the hydropower concessions, have either underperformed or remain ongoing. Bellier emphasized that the planned listings represent a significant step in reforming Nigeria's power industry and attracting new investments. And moving on, Nigerian oil blends closed above $71 a barrel midweek, even as a global crude market faced pressure. Bonny Light and Brass River settled at $71.40, while Brent fell 1% to $67, and U.S. West Texas Intermediate dropped to $63.40. The decline comes ahead of Sunday's OPEC Plus meeting, where producers may consider raising output targets. OPEC Plus had already boosted supply by 2.2 million barrels per day between April and September, including a 300,000 barrel quota increase for the UAE. And analysts warn that higher inventories through winter could weigh on prices. At home, President Bola Tinubu said Nigeria met its 2025 revenue target in August, despite crude averaging below $75. He credited non-oil exports and stressed that the country is not borrowing. Pipeline deliveries are now near full capacity compared with just 30% 3 years ago. And the Nigerian's oil regulator expects production to surpass 2.5 million barrels per day in 2026, the highest since 2005, while exports to India are set to exceed 2 million barrels per month by year-end. And still on the presidency, says Nigeria's non-oil revenue rose by more than 40% between January and August this year. Figures released by the president's special advisor, Bayo Nanuga, show collections reached 20.59 trillion naira, up from 14.6 trillion in the same period last year. The government described it as the strongest fiscal performance in recent years, and President Bola Tinubu credited the gains to reforms that improved compliance, expanded digital systems, and strengthened tax administration, reducing the country's reliance on oil. He also noted that the federal government is no longer borrowing from local banks, easing pressure on the credit market, while states are beginning to benefit from stronger fiscal coordination and improved internally generated revenues. Crude oil earnings remain weak, however, due to falling global prices and missed production targets. Analysts caution that sustaining non-oil growth will require consistent reforms and tighter control over revenue leakages. Up ahead, UN halts air service in Nigeria over lack of funds after 9 years. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You're welcome back. And now the World Food Programme has warned that up to 4.4 million people in northeast Nigeria could face worsening hunger unless more international support is provided. Officials caution that families may be forced into desperate choices, including unsafe migration or exploitation by extremist groups. Nigeria's government is now the largest financier of the emergency response, but aid agencies stress that international funding remains vital to sustain relief efforts. The United Nations has warned that critical aid pipelines risk collapse without fresh donor commitments. Their appeal comes as global crises from Gaza to Sudan to Ukraine stretch donor budgets thin. In Nigeria, northeast, where insurgency has already displaced more than 2 million people. The potential loss of the UN's humanitarian air bridge could further isolate vulnerable communities at a critical moment. And away from that story, Nigeria's Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, says President Bola Tinubu has committed more than 90 billion naira to support students in tertiary institutions through the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund. Speaking in Abuja, he said the initiative has enabled over 400,000 students continue their education without financial hardship, covering both tuition fees and upkeep allowances. And figures from NEL Fund show that by early August, disbursements reached 86.3 billion naira, with 47.6 billion paid to institutions across 218 tertiary schools and 38.7 billion transferred directly to students. The agency confirmed that more than 780,000 students have registered, with 788,000 applications received and 449,000 beneficiaries so far. Idris stressed that the administration is determined to ensure no Nigerian child is denied higher education, regardless of background, citing NEL Fund and other social programs, as examples of inclusive governance. And I'm moving on. 5 directors with major holdings in Unity Bank are set to receive the largest portion of the 37.14 billion naira payouts to shareholders as the bank prepares to merge with Providence Bank. Together, the directors control more than 67% of Unity Bank, valued at about 25 billion naira. The largest stake is held by Amcon at 34%, followed by Pan-African Capital with nearly 13%, as Lighthouse Capital with 9%, Ibad Limited with just over 6%, and Elamin Nigeria with 5%. If shareholders opt for cash, Amcon's representative Yabawa Lawan Wabi could take home about 12.7 billion naira, while the other four firms stand to receive between 2 and 5 billion each. Despite the payout, Unity Bank's finances remain fragile, and its 2023 report showed a net loss of more than 62 billion naira, with liabilities exceeding assets by 326 billion. The planned measure, approved by the central bank and waiting shareholder endorsement, is widely seen as a lifeline for the struggling lender through concerns and persists over fairness to minority investors. And now the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arrested Ahamba Tochukwu, Chief Executive Officer of Gavis Logistics Limited, over an alleged Ponzi-style scheme that defrauded investors of about 2 billion naira. Investigators say Tochukwu lured investors with promises of returns of up to 50% through packages tied to the company's haulage, a courier, and e-commerce operations. And over 400 investors were reportedly affected after being unable to recover their funds since November 2024, when Tochukwu alleged into hiding. The EFCC said its operatives tracked him down after months of investigation, and he is now being interrogated over the scheme. The Commission warned Nigerians against investing in unverified platforms promising unrealistic returns, noting that Ponzi schemes often disguised as ventures in real estate, logistics, agriculture, or digital trading remains a major concern. Meanwhile, earlier this year, the EFCC warned the public about 58 suspected Ponzi operators and has pursued several high-profile cases, including the arraignment of Precious Williams over a 13.8 billion naira scheme linked to MBA trading founder Maxwell Odum, who remains at large. And still to come, Ghana's inflation eases to 11.9% in August, boosting hopes for price stability. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back, and I'm moving on to the African news. In Ghana, where inflation continues on a downward path, the country's inflation rate eased to 11.9% in August, down from 12.5% recorded in July. And that's a 60 basis points decline and marks yet another month of sustained disinflation. Analysts say the moderation is being driven by more stable food and fuel prices alongside tight monetary policy by the Bank of Ghana. For businesses and consumers, the trend offers some relief after years of elevated costs that eroded purchasing power. Economists also believe that cooling prices could strengthen investor confidence in Ghana's economy. But they cautioned that sustaining the momentum will depend heavily on fiscal discipline as well as inconsistent monetary tightening to keep inflation anchored. And with August figure, Ghana edges closer to single-digit inflation, a target policymakers have long been aiming for. And moving on to Uganda, which is planning to borrow $400 million from several lenders, including the African Development Bank, the United Nations International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Islamic Development Bank, and UniCredit Bank Austria. According to the Finance Ministry, the bulk of the borrowing, about $253 million, will come from the African Development Bank. The government says the funds will be directed toward transportation, agriculture, and health sector projects. A significant portion will be used to resume stalled construction works on a new toll road, which forms part of a highway linking Uganda with Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Additional financing will support the construction of new health facilities. However, concerns remain about Uganda's rise in public debt levels. The Finance Ministry reported that the country's total public debt stock reached $29.1 billion last year, an 18% increase from the previous year. The central bank has also highlighted the debt servicing costs are placing pressure on public revenues. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Oil prices fell by 1% on Thursday, extending the more than 2% drop recorded in the previous session. The decline comes as traders and investors focus on the upcoming OPEC Plus meeting this weekend, where producers are expected to consider another increase in output targets. Brent crude slipped 62 cents to settle at $66.96 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate dropped 64 cents to trade at $63.33. According to sources, 8 members of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and their allies, known collectively as OPEC Plus, will discuss increases for October during Sunday's meeting. The group has already raised output targets by about 2.2 million barrel per day between April and September, in addition to a 300,000 barrel quota increase for the United Arab Emirates. And despite the production ramp-up, Middle Eastern oil has continued to command the strongest regional prices globally, reinforcing the confidence of Saudi Arabia and other key producers to expand supply. Also, the Trump administration has asked the United States Supreme Court to urgently review its sweeping tariff program after a lower court struck down most of the levies. The tariffs, central to Donald Trump's economic and trade agenda, were imposed under a 1977 emergency law known as the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. The Justice Department filed an appeal following an August ruling by a federal appeal court which held that the president exceeded his authority in invoking the law. The administration has requested the Supreme Court to fast-track the case with a decision on whether to hear it by September 10 and oral arguments in November. The contested tariffs are part of the trade war Trump registered after returning to the presidency in January. They have been used as tools to pressure trading partners, renegotiate deals, and extract concessions, particularly from China, Canada, and Mexico. Critics argue that the tariffs have fueled volatility in global financial markets and heightened economic uncertainty. Lawyers representing small businesses challenging the levies have not opposed the government's request for a Supreme Court hearing, but remain confident of prevailing. And now up next is sports news. After this break, stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back, and I'm moving on to sports news. Manchester United have accepted an offer from crosstown rivals Manchester City for midfielder Grace Clinton. The England international is in the final year of her contract, and United kept to avoid losing her on a free transfer, as they did with Alexia Russo, Ona Batile, and Mary Epps in recent years. In response, United have made City's Jess Park their top target to strengthen the squad. The move for the attacking player is said to have come unexpectedly, but her creativity and attacking prowess are seen as assets that could add a new dimension to United's forward play. Both transfers are expected to be finalized on Thursday, deadline day, as clubs across Europe rush to complete late deals before the window closes. And now to end the news, West Ham and Brazil midfielder Lucas Paqueta is considering suing the Football Association following the conclusion of his betting case. The FA had charged him with sport fixing, but he was cleared of misconduct in July. An independent commission released its full written reasons on Wednesday, confirming that the FA will not be appealing the verdict. Paqueta is now consulting with his legal team over potential legal precedents. Meanwhile, West Ham have ruled out suing the FA despite Paqueta's £80 million transfer to Manchester City collapsing when the investigation began in August 2023. The club believes it would not be good for football if teams pursued damages against governing bodies. The FA has not commented further on the matter, but earlier reaffirmed that it will not appeal the Commission's decision. And that is the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Residents in Lagos cry out for help during the rainy season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through our inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the Agungi who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dirt. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dirt. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos the way where me at see, because at least every three months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but it's not supposed to be like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter because of this. They wrote up the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in Lagos. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because it's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of this obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizens, you know, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitudes. If you look at the streets of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude. We dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and they block the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens. And one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites, provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through? They block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such parts, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television.
and it is my greatest delight to welcome you to today's webinar. Well, for today, it's really very exciting because this is something that I have had first-hand experience on. We're going to be talking on the theme, digital payments for SMEs. Well, right about now, before we move further, I'd like you to, if you're connected with us right now, go to the chat board, introduce yourself, tell us your name, and tell us what you do. And we'll be glad to meet you up out there. So as I was saying, our theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. Now, this is not just a topic that's timely, it's a topic that's really, really absolutely essential for the growth of businesses, to build customer experiences, to navigate new markets, and also grow sales. Very, very important. And we all know that small businesses are actually the backbone of any economy. And the growing number of entrepreneurs, keeps surging day in, day out. And one of the most important things that actually comes to the mind of these entrepreneurs is how can we leverage technology? How can we leverage this digital payment solutions, to further help our business processes and also to navigate the ever-growing digital world we are in today. Well, I'm not here alone. I'm joined by seasoned professionals from all walks related to our theme for today. And I'm so delighted to welcome each and every one of them. So we'll be unpacking why you need it for your business, why you need to integrate some of these digital payments into your systems and into your businesses, as well as we'll be sharing on the challenges as well. While it's very, very important that we keep note of those states. So get ready for an impactful session. So like I said, do not forget to introduce yourself in the chat board. Let us know you're here. Tell us your name and what you do or where you're reaching us from. Welcome again to the SME Clinic. Theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. All right, now it's time for us to introduce our speakers for today, and I'm super excited. So on the first introduction for today, we've got an amazing seasoned fintech and payments leader with over 8 years of experience driving growth, partnerships, and cross-border payment solutions across Africa. Now, she currently serves as the Senior Growth Lead at BusinessDay, where she manages enterprise partnerships and oversees over $80 million in monthly FX transactions. Isn't that fantastic? Well, with expertise spanning across remittances, payment infrastructure, B2B enterprise sales, this woman, Mary Jane Okpala, has helped scale pipelines, close high-value deals, delivered innovative payment solutions across industries. She's a trusted voice in fintech growth and strategy. She's passionate about enabling seamless financial access and building infrastructure that powers Africa's digital economy. It is my greatest honor, my greatest delight to introduce to you our viewers today, the amazing, the fantastic Mary Jane Okpala. I could literally tell the smile on her face whilst I was making the introduction. Please say hello to our viewers today.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on here today. Thank you so much, Happiness, for that introduction. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sure we're going to have an amazing time. Well, following up next, a very fantastic, distinguished Pan-African business leader. He has carved a formidable niche at the intersection of digital infrastructure, financial services, and even social impact. Now, he currently serves as the Sales Manager, West Africa, Digital Infrastructure and Managed Services at Interswitch. He has led regional expansion efforts that have scaled, secure, efficient, and inclusive digital technology solutions across multiple African markets. Now, his leadership has enabled the successful deployment of core digital payment systems across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Zambia, and beyond. Well, his initiatives continue to redefine the technological foundation of Africa's payment ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, if it isn't should I call him a multi-border, a multi-border professional, please let's make a call come as we introduce Chizorum Amagu. Chizorum, please say hello.
Hello, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. So you see, when we said that the lineup is fire, we meant it. Well, following up next is our next speaker. He is a seasoned financial services executive with over 18 years. You know, we always say the older, the finer and better it gets, right? Not just with wine, with experience as well. Well, he is an experienced financial services executive with over 18 years providing digital payment services across Africa. As Senior Director for Sub-Saharan Africa at a global payments company listed on the London Stock Exchange. Now, he drives market strategy and partnerships. Also, he supports regulatory engagements across the diverse markets. His experience spans 3 Pan-African banks, a Pan-African card scheme, and a global digital lender. Fantastic. Well, he also holds an executive MBA from the Lagos Business School and an international business degree from the United States International University, the USIU, in Nairobi. He's been certified as Project Management Professional, PMP, since 2014 and holds a few Six Sigma certifications. Woohoo, somebody say fire. Well, Mr. Ganiyu mentors fintech founders, technology sales and partnership experts, helping shape the continent's next generation of change makers through dynamic leadership and deep market insights. He continues work with others to redefine how Africa transacts, connects, and builds our future. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Please, we introduce to you right now the amazing Ganiyu Odewale. Hello, sir.
Happiness. Hi, Happiness. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I couldn't believe you were talking about me.
Of course. So good to have you here. Well. Moving on is another phenomenal woman. She is a visionary media entrepreneur, certified digital marketer, and social impact advocate, very passionate about using storytelling to drive change. Now, she has delivered 150 plus successful projects and produced over 1,000 videos. Hear that again, 1,000 videos, amassing 20 million plus views and 50K plus online engagements. With a background in marketing, acting, and filmmaking, her work bridges creativity and strategy. She has starred in award-winning films, led campaigns that impacted 500,000 plus people, and partnered with 20 plus organizations to promote sustainable development. Well, in 2015, she started the Students Meet Graduate Project with the goal of preparing outgoing secondary students for undergraduate life. Now, this initiative has benefited over 1,500 secondary school students across various Nigerian states. Wow. She's also an alumna of Covenant University, New York Film Academy, University of Liverpool, and Mount Zion Film Institute. Abiola is currently earning her master's in marketing and sales at the Rome Business School. In 2025, she launched Bray Max Media Limited and her bold vision for reshaping Africa's media and brand landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't phenomenal, I don't know what else is. Please put your hands together for Abiola Jinadu Matthew.
Hey, Happiness, thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Fantastic.
Here.
Fantastic. I mean, I can literally feel the fire already. I can feel the excitement. I'm so excited because I know we've packed speakers right now. And so it's going to be a power-packed session. So thank you once again for joining us right now. So without further ado, let's move on. It's a very, very particular topic to SMEs, very, very crucial. I mean, we're seeing a fast surge of payment solutions, keep coming out. And in fact, after the cashless policy, being enacted by the CBN and, the COVID era, so many businesses have had no choice, than to transit into the digital, actually seamlessly integrating and accepting these digital payment solutions. So, and that will be, drums roll, who would that be? Okay, so our viewers, ensure that you keep the chat, but if you haven't introduced yourself yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. I want to know where from. Drop your location as well, okay? Please let's make welcome. They're amazing. Thank you so much. Over to you now. Okay, did everybody hear me clearly? Okay, so I was saying right now we're going to be handing over to Chizarum Amagu to take on the first segment. Please, you have the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be sharing now. Give me a minute to do this. Please let me know once my screen is visible so I can go on. Okay, so thank you very much once again, Happiness, and welcome to everybody who is joining us online, and to my fellow panelists and contributors. Welcome. Your profile is very encouraging. Thank you so much. So I'll be taking us through digital payments for SMEs as a whole, and I'll be touching through about 7 key points. I'll look at Africa in general, as to how it's leading the global economy. I'll take us through payments. I will, go through some examples of digital payment systems. I'll also highlight a few things around why we must take the switch seriously to global digital payments. How do we choose the right digital solutions for our business, the future of digital payments, and also just take us through a case study around, an SME who has employed digital technology to, amass growth. So Africa is set to be the next powerhouse of the global economy. And if you look at what is driving that growth and what is driving, the sense of increment in terms of contribution to global economy, is really around the SMEs. The SMEs is fueling Africa's economy. Across Africa, there are about 125 million SMEs, right? 125 million SMEs, and that really speaks to how entrepreneurial Africans are by nature. But aside the number, let's look at the impact of SMEs in Africa today. They contribute about 50% of our GDP in Africa. To send that home, what this means is that the SMEs contribute 50% of the wealth that is generated in Africa today, right? They employ about 80% of our workforce, meaning that 8 in every 10 people that is working in Africa today is either employed in or working with an SME. And in terms of the number of enterprises and the reach in terms of company-based data in Africa, 90 to 95% of enterprises of businesses today are SMEs. So we can really see from this impact that SMEs are truly driving development and growth, in Africa and taking Africa globally. However, this is also very keen to see that in as much as SMEs is driving this growth, what is driving the SMEs in itself, right? From my perspective and from my years of experience, I would say payment is really the core growth indicator for SMEs. Once you're able to receive payments, once you're able to make payments, that means you're able to survive as a business. It means you're able to, grow your customer base. It means you're able to expand into more locations, as it were. So payment is really the lifeblood of businesses across board. It enables you to grow, enables you to trade, it enables you to expand the customer base. If you're a trader in Nigeria or in Lagos, you're able to offer your services to people in Uganda, in Nairobi, in the UK, right? All because you're able to accept payments, right? And when we're talking about payment acceptance, you can't do this if you are still stuck to traditional method of cash collection. You need to be able to grow, to be able to, amass the advantages that comes with cross-border payments. It also gives you this visibility factor as a business where you're trying to grow your dependency, you're trying to grow your visibility, you're trying to access finance, you're trying to get, investors. Having digital payment infrastructure in place gives you track, gives you records, gives you a reference point to fall back on even with this journey. So examples of digital payment systems that we have today, right? We have the very common ones, termed mobile banking transfers. This is basically a direct transfer from a customer's bank account to your bank account as a business. Let's take, for instance, you are a store in Surulere and you sell maybe food, right? Basically, you sell food and customers transfer monies to you using the mobile app. We also have the point of sale terminal, which is basically accepting debit card or credit card. This is typically for customers who have in-store presence or where they are able to give a payment device to a dispatch rider to deliver a particular product or a service. We also have payment links. These are basically payment links that are generated by either a fintech or a financial institution that vendors or SMEs can send to their customers, which is now laced with card payment or transfer payments. Right, but for payment links, you do not have to be in the same location. You don't have to be in the same vicinity for that to happen, unlike the POS service. We also have the payment gateway, which is primarily designed for SMEs or companies who offer online services or have e-commerce stores, right? Then finally, we have one of the most common used payments methods, which is payment by card, whether your Verve card, your Visa card, or your MasterCard. So these are all forms of digital payments, right? This is not an exhaustive list. We have the e-wallets, we have the mobile money, depending on what part of Africa you're watching from. So this is just to say we have an array of solutions when it comes to digital payments, right? You may be asking today, why do I have to offer digital payments? Today I'm a business and my customers pay me with cash and I'm fine with it. My business is doing well. Why do I have to make this switch to digital payments? First of all, you need to understand that customers want convenience, and most times customer convenience would equate to more sales. Think of yourself as a buyer. You walk into a store and you have your debit card in your hand and you're trying to purchase something, and the representative is saying to you, you can only make payments with cash. And I tell to them, I want to buy and I have my card. Why do I have to pay cash, right? You might lose that sale. So it's very important that we are able to provide convenience to our customers. And most often than not, customers prefer where you provide them with multiple options for payments so they're able to choose. And like I said, once a customer feels convenient, once they're convenient, it equates to more sales. Digital payment also helps you to build trust and credibility, right? With digital payment, you're able to issue receipts. You're able to confirm payment. You're able to send confirmations to your customers to say, oh, I received your money. Even aside that, let's take, for instance, that you are an Instagram vendor and you have a student-based target, for instance. You would know they want to pay with their cards. They want to be able to come to your store to look at what they want to buy. If you're serving a high-end network customer base, they are more concerned about how credible you are and how trustworthy you are. So you're looking at using payment gateways that are vetted and trusted, right? You're also going to be checking for how easy is it to integrate these solutions to your existing systems, to your WhatsApp shops, to your POS system, to your website. How easy is it for me to integrate payment solutions to my existing solution? Because you do not want to, create more churn areas where customers are leaving because your systems don't work. Lastly, you want to be able to compare cost and fees. You don't want to take on solutions that have hidden costs, hidden charges, setup costs that you're not privy to. You want to ensure that your costs that is being explained to you is what exactly it is, and you can afford it for the long run. Look at how settlement timelines. When do you get your money? Within 24 hours, within a week, within a month? All those things are really, really important. But what's the future for digital payments across the board, right? Where do we see payments going to, and how can SMEs take charge? We've seen systems move from trade by barter to cash to cards. What we are seeing now is money itself being transformed. We're not having digital currencies. Nigeria onboarded or announced the e-Naira. We are seeing the same thing happening in China. How are you positioning yourself for the future of payments? Tokenization, people want to pay with their wearables. They want to pay with their phones. They want to pay with their smart watches. They want to pay with their cars, right? How are we enabling ourselves in terms of infrastructure, in terms of knowledge, to apply these new payment forms to our existing structure? Then we'll talk about embedded finance, where you're able to offer additional value at the point of payment. You want to give your customers access to finance, to loans. You want to give them access to insurance. You want to cross-sell, right? How do we embed new solutions at the point of payment? So you are cross-selling, and you're also making additional revenue for your customers while giving them more options and reason to come back to you, right? This is a quick case study around Childek and Omoke Oge, right? Omoke Oge started her business as a small business owner in Pedro, right, with 200,000, right? And she was able to grow steadily, opening her first batch in 2015 and then expanding into about 7 locations in 2023. And then Childek came and then she, latched onto it. She was able to explore that digital infrastructure from logistics to payment and the likes. In May 2025, according to Childek's data, Omoke Oge had delivered over 500,000 meals, right? And had an estimated revenue of about 2.3 billion naira, right? This is something she could not have achieved if she had focused on her regular business model, which is to sit, within the confines of her store and sell. She was able to latch up on digital infrastructure, payments, logistics, and the likes to grow her business. So this is what is possible when we open our minds to more digital and payment infrastructures and solutions within our businesses, right? The big picture for me here is to look at where we are today as an SME, recognize our power as a building force for African solutions, and also recognize that without payments, we can't have the impact that we so desire. And then looking at our current infrastructure to realize that what payment solution will work best for me and how can I scale. This brings me to the end of my presentation and open to take questions and answer any inquiry that they may have. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. Thank you so much, Chizurum Amagu, for that precise, very apt presentation. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you actually highlighted the successful story of Amoke. because it's one of those very typical story, you know, of one of the businesses that has actually embraced digital payment solutions. I mean, think about it. She sells amala. I mean, this abola that we know in Nigeria. Oh, no. I mean, this is something that people say, oh, amala, how would I, you know, how do I think of integrating, you know, digital payment solution, you know, or even transforming my business digitally? I only sell amala. But this is a woman. I'm okay, it's a clear example. So I must say, no business is too small for digital transformation or for integrating digital payment solutions. And I think the word indeed small, you know, when you say small and medium enterprises, it's in its own way a bane itself, because it makes some of them think, oh, because I'm a small business, you know, I should remain small, you know, I shouldn't think digital expansion. But this highlighting the story of Amoke is just quite profound. So thank you so much, Chizirum Amago, for that awesome session. But I'm sure some entrepreneurs watching us right now will be thinking, what's the next step for me? I mean, you've highlighted already, okay, knowing the payment solution, but there's a whole lot. I mean, there are a whole lot of payment solutions out there. So can you give us again a clear roadmap to helping an entrepreneur joining us today on how to pick out that precise, or let's say maybe this entrepreneur has never transformed his business digitally, or maybe has transformed using social media platforms, but now he's now thinking of including payment solutions, digital payment solutions. So what is your advice to such a person that is just starting out? Please share. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Happiness. Really, first of all, you have to understand the kind of business that you are in, right? So are you an on-prem business, right? Meaning that you have a physical store and you want your customers to come into your store to buy. So for instance, that would be if you sell beauty solutions or beauty products that people want to try out before they buy, right? Is that your business model? Or are you an e-commerce business where you do not have to have a physical store? You know, you can sell from your Instagram page, you can have your website. Also looking at your customer base, where are they and what do they prefer, right? Once you understand the kind of business that you have and then the kind of customers that you want to serve, that helps you in choosing the best digital payment solution. So if you have a physical business, you definitely would want to have a POS machine because it
basically handles secure payments, right? Or handles payments in a responsible and secure way that could help ensure that, you know, the data is encrypted, access is controlled, systems are regularly tested for weakness, you know, so you can think of it as like the gold standard for payment security. So you want to also select a partner that has been able to, you know, acquire the PCI DSS compliance certificate. You're thinking data encryption, data protection where they've encrypted your data stored and transmitted. You're thinking network security, you know, firewalls, intrusion detection, access restrictions. You're also thinking access control, you know, limiting who can see sensitive data, monitoring and testing, where they have to log, they have to do vulnerability scans, they have to do penetration testing, you know, they have to do some good procedures and policies on staff training, incident response, audits, regular audit. So as a business, you want to look out for, as an SME, you want to look out for a provider that is PCI DSS compliant. So when you hear that, oh, this fintech or this payment processor is PCI DSS compliant, you can be rest assured that, you know, they've gone through the necessary level of global security standards. Then there's also customer resistance. As an SME, I'm sure that we might have come across some customers who will say, oh, I don't want to use this payment method. I'm not comfortable with it. You know, say, for example, the payment links, they tell you, oh, I'm not comfortable with it. It's on you as the SME, as the business owner, to educate them and let them know that, you know, it's a safe and secure way. It's on you to show them how easy it is to use such a payment method. Then the predominant one that we are all pretty much conversant with would be the network downtimes or even failed transaction. As an SME, for those who have stores, working stores where you have to come in, you might experience downtime. Say, for example, if you're using the POS devices, the solution to that is just always ensure that you have backup channels ready. So if your predominant payment method is POS, you want to have bank transfer as an alternative. You want to have QR code as an alternative. You want to have payment links as an alternative, just so you don't lose deals, so you don't lose sales, right? And I'd like to leave us with a few things, which is, as an SME, you want to start small. You want to start today. You want to keep records, because keeping records is it cannot be overemphasized, right? And most importantly, choose a partner that wants to grow with you. A lot of partners out there, might be on the side of collecting payments, but as an SME, as a business, you want to ensure that when you're picking your payment provider, you want to pick one that is willing to grow with you, one that is willing to, highlight your business, show it to the world, understands your journey. And last but not least, I'd like to say that digital payments equals trust, equals growth, equals opportunity, right? You want to make sure that as a business, you are not just receiving money from your customers. You want to ensure that your customers are comfortable paying you. You want to ensure that you've built trust. And for every payment, it's really not just money in the bank, money that has come in. It's growth, it's proof of opportunity, it's proof of trust. And the earlier you embrace digital payment as an SME, the faster your business can grow, the faster your business can grow, can move beyond the world, can, scale across borders, and digital payments aren't just transactions. They are the passport that, will open your business to more opportunities out there, more investors, and more people to, see your business out there. So as a business owner, you want to look out for very specific things that I would summarize before I round up my speech, which is, you want to look out for a provider that is willing to grow with you. You want to look out for different payment methods that may be suitable for your business as a business owner. So if POS is expensive, you want to lean to bank transfers that may be cost incentive. You want to check out other payment methods that, will be acceptable by your customers cut across the world. I like to say that SMEs have the potential to be the next big unicorn business if, you're able to start your journey on digital payments and scale, effectively using various digital payment options. So that will bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. I'll take your questions. Hi, Happiness. If you're speaking, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Opala, for that very insightful segment. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you were able to make SMEs, make entrepreneurs see that digital payment solutions are not just, the trend. They are actually growth engines. They are a way to scale your business. They're a way to grow your revenue. And it's not just growing your revenue, growing a whole lot, building trust, giving your customers convenience. I always say this across the projects I work on. I say, as long as you are an SME, either you're in e-commerce, you're in retail, whatever sector you find yourself, you are a convenience store. So, which means you are basically just selling convenience to your customers. So it's going to be easier, it's going to be faster, it's going to be seamless. And we're talking payments, we're talking checking out. And, I once worked on a project with a client, a fashion brand. And literally at a point in time, we had grown her followership. She was doing well on Instagram and several other platforms as well. And she basically at that point in time didn't see the need, for having like a well-integrated payment checkout and all of that across all her at touch points. And on her website, even after still having a website, she would still tell people to make payments manually and send screenshots. All of those things were happening. And then along the way, she discovered that her staff was stealing from her. Why? Because she had no digital payment system in place, to track all of these things. And then she got frustrated, and then we had to help her integrate these payment solutions into her business. And guess what? We discovered that within just a span of 4 to 7 months, her sales actually tripled. Her sales tripled. So I understand completely, coming from you as a senior growth lead, the importance of all that you have shared with us. But now my question to you is, bordering on the area of, there's something called the diffusion of innovation, whereby a particular novel idea that is new to a community or new to an economy is accepted. There are still some people, we call them laggards, they're usually like the last set of people to accept that this digital payment solution will help my business grow. So I just wanted to give them, answer the questions in their heart as regards to, do I really need this? Why must I use the digital payment solutions to grow my business? Please hammer on this again.
Okay, thank you so much. So to just answer your question, right? A lot of like you mentioned, the laggards that seem to be so against digital payment. See, I understand that for some of them it might be the worry of documentation.
Fake alerts, yeah.
Yes, fake alerts, or even getting the required CAC document registration. And that is why there is the mobile wallet option. With mobile wallet, you don't necessarily need so much documentations. With just your phone number, you're able to do transactions, right? As an SME, what digital payment will do for you is what the traditional can never do. You are talking increased sales. I would paint a very clear picture. Let's take an SME who sells bags, right? And you sell your bags for 20,000 naira. Now your staff, or rather, let's take a salon. A salon business is a better example. As a salon business, you make hairs, you do hairs, or you make your hairs for 10,000 naira. Your staff comes and says, "Oh, the customer paid 10,000 naira," whereas they've given your customer a higher price. But because you do not have a way to receive payments other than cash, your staff continues to steal from you. Now imagine a situation where you digitize all of your payment methods. Your customers directly have to send the payment to your account. Your pricing has been put there. You use an coded payment method that already shows the customer the amount they are to pay. Imagine what that would do for your business. Your sales is going to triple, reduce costs. It really just helps you, your administrative overhead errors compared to manual processing. Like, it helps you reduce, you didn't do your calculations correctly, your money wasn't complete, your money was short a certain amount, or even giving excess change. You might have staff that probably are not so good with counting, and they needed to have given a customer a change of 2,000 naira, but somehow had made an error to give the customer a change of 5,000 naira. With digital payments, you are able to erode all of those.
Mitigate all of that.
Exactly. There's instant payment confirmation. The POS devices available out there today allows for you to confirm transfers instantly and print out receipts immediately. Unlike many years back, when a customer makes a transfer, you need to call the manager to, confirm the payment. You keep the customer waiting there. Now, the customer makes payment, you're able to generate e-receipts that you can customer, you're able to print out the live receipts that you can also give to the customer. So it really cannot be overemphasized. And it's also understandable if the worry is CSC documents. You can literally start up your business with fintechs that probably might not require you to, come with so much documentation. You can sign up as a personal business, but you're able to use a business name. You want to explore all of those options. And And to round it up, as an SME that wants to grow, if you set a target for yourself to say, at the end of the year, I want to make 5,000 sales on my product, you should and must be able to use digital payment. The options are limitless. You get to expand your reach. You want your product to go global, then you want to use digital payment that allows for you to receive payment from different parts of the world. They say word of mouth is the fastest form of advert, is the fastest form of communication. You want people to know that I can buy this thing from this brand and I am able to pay from the comfort of my home in the US without having to go to Nigeria. So it really cannot be overemphasized. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I think it's Happiness's network.
Okay. So just before okay, I think she's dialing in again. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for that. We're back right now. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Alpala, for that very great question, rather answer to the question. So right now we're moving straight on. We're building up momentum. Moving on right now to the seasoned and vast Ganiyu. Over to you, sir. Please share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 second. Just let me know if you could see.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Thank you for having me. I think my other team members, because we are both in the same field, I've been doing this for a bit, I've spoken about almost everything we really want to do in this industry. When I started, I heard about the Amoke story, and in my mind that was my same example, but I thought about it. Even your fuel station has changed. I basically have to use my card at fuel stations. I basically drive to a fuel station now to get money. I buy fuel and I get money from them, and things have really changed. And coming from where we're coming from, because I'm kind of old and I've probably been through almost everything in this industry. Yeah, but let me go to my presentation. So the first thing is I focused on SME strategy, and because I did see the impressive people you're going to be and sort of sensed where they'll be going to in terms of the presentation. But I don't believe there is a digital payment strategy. I believe it's just payment strategy because things have evolved so much. But before I go into it, I want to tell you about how Nigeria has come and we're doing payments in Africa, how we're leading payments in Africa, and one of the things we're seeing on that front. Being almost 20 years in this profession, I have basically seen everything. But my pull out some data just to help. In Nigeria now, in 2016, we had about 96 million accounts. But how we got here is very interesting because I remember when we started banking and we all had to open accounts with 1,000 or 5,000 there, and the banks came in and started opening zero-based account. And back in banking, we used to joke about zero accounts. We say future month accounts. But the interesting part was those were the guys in universities back then who opened zero bank accounts and later started using their accounts. Today, as a country, we have 331 million accounts. That means that on an average, an individual has 5 million accounts in the country. And I'm using mostly NIBS data just to show us something. We have moved from an NIP transaction in 2016, and NIP started 2011. And NIP, I usually joke, is the third real-time payment system in the country. I say, and I hope the people in NIBS never catch me saying this, it's the slowest, but the most efficient. And it basically changed the way we do instant transfers in the country, and it became wildfire. You would see that between 2016 to 2024, we have moved from 140 million transactions in a year to 11 billion transactions as at the end of last year, as at 2014. We did 11 billion. We did the value in transaction, and sorry, I forgot the Naira values. You have 33 trillion in the same 2016. Now we did over 1,000 trillion. Sorry, I couldn't call quadrillion with a straight face, so 1,000 trillion would just be the right thing. But the BVN enrollment is 62. Now, what we have seen is you're saying that on an average, a Nigerian has 5 accounts on an average. That's what we're saying. 5 different accounts. It tells something. And when we go into things like recurring payment, you know why Nigerians do recurring payment, but they have an account to do it. And everybody has a transactional account. And most of us now have either mobile money accounts or microfinance accounts, and we use it for transactions while we still kept our commercial banking accounts. So where do I want to focus on? I think the focus for me is, what do SMEs really need when it comes to digital payments? I think everybody leads with, I want a POS, I want a card, I want this, I want that. I think we should take a step back and say, what do you need to do? Can you define what you want to do? I remember we're talking about Amoke. Amoke probably still has not changed most of our process on how she collects and spends money and collects money. But what has changed is technology. But she had to, at that point, decide what exactly our process is and how does she pick what she needs. Because if you don't decide your process as an SME, you would never be able to pick the right payment method for you or the right services for you. And in my mind, I believe your guardrails should be, how do I pay? How do I collect? How do I reconcile? How do I report? How do I optimize my collection, my payment, my reconciliation, and my reconciliation and also reporting? How do I optimize my service? Then how do I innovate? And innovate is there something else I should be doing? Is there something more I should take on that I should do as a business? Is there opportunities even in the payment industry that I want to take? Can I do something on how to get my waiters to pay more? Do I want to let them collect their tips in a certain way? And I can give a long list of case studies on how basically digital payments has changed everything. I could imagine when some ride hailing used to collect cards, they used to collect cash, they used to collect cards. Now they allow their customers to do cards. But I can tell you that most people that pay for their ride hailing services, you do a transfer to the driver. So things have changed, but when we zero in on the case study, but we should zero in on on our own lives. And if you see how your life has changed, you should expect that your customer's life has changed. They are doing a lot more. 5 accounts. Everybody, you walk into a Nigerian bank, you come up with a USSD, you come with a mobile app, you get internet banking, and you probably get the cheapest card in the whole Africa, less than $1 in the whole Africa. And to just put it to you, Nigerian transaction fees is probably one of the lowest on the continent, especially when it comes to card acquisition, POS transactions for the merchant, even transfers. I was in the country recently, and to transfer less than $2-3, so we're talking about less than 10K, is over 1,153 naira, while Nigeria, our max transfer is 50 naira. And Nigeria is transferring using 50 naira, which is about 3 cents, to transfer something as big as $160,000. So, as an SME, the question you ask yourself is: this has all changed. There is a lot to take in payments, but I need to define my process, and I need to have the best way to pick the right systems to build my strategy. So if I was going to build my strategy, what would I recommend? I would say you should define your business process, identify your payment needs, going back to what I just showed you as guardrails. In everything, I have been a banker and I've been in fintech. I would say this: reach out to your banks and reach out to the payment service providers. They will both give you either similar things or different things. And what you should do with that is to reconcile and say, this is what I want. But you remember, you have your goals, you know your payment needs, you already have your own strategy that you want to run from a business perspective. So you're getting all this information and you're evaluating the impact of this on your business process and your systems. Now, some people think systems. Writing down in the book is a system. Taking your POS receipts and taking a picture of it is a system. You don't have to have the ERPs, but this also goes to people who have paid much money to buy ERPs, accounting systems, and things like that. It's the same logic. Select your preferred payment product or service and provider. Because I'm deep in the industry, I would say always take one bank and take a fintech, or take two banks and take a fintech. But you can only handle that if you have a robust system to handle multiple people. Then you have to train your team. You really have to train your team on how they will use the technology. In payment, we always say pilots, which basically means before you roll out to everywhere, one small shops, one small product, one small section, try it out and see how it works. I used to have a boss that used to say, well, if you build a product, take it to either Okeanri or Idumota. If you can get people to use it and you can use it within the time you want to use it, then it looks like it would work. So try and rough it up a bit. See whether it works for you. If it works, roll it out. If it doesn't work, go back to the drawing board. Call your partners back. There is competition in the industry. So as an SME, you know that 2 or 3 people are fighting for your business. Then always review periodically. So this helps you to ensure that you have the best service, you can move to a better service, and you can do all of this. So just to tell you, there are products and there are people you should partner with. First of all, I say always go to your bank, go to your microfinance bank. Either you have a commercial bank or microfinance bank or mobile money operator. As in my own view, they are all the same. But I would say that the commercial banks are bigger. They seem to be able to do more complex stuff. But you now have microfinance banks who are basically neobanks, who they are more digitally savvy. And you have the older ones as well, depending on your flavor. Mobile money operators are also doing great. They basically are the new wave of fintechs that we have leading the way. But when it comes to fintechs, and they're basically, I would say, about a set of them. The first is enterprise system, and you see fintechs who basically can do everything for you, payout, collections, all of that. They can do almost everything you want them to do. If your SME is matured enough, reach out to them. If you just want to collect your money and you just want to get the POS somewhere or e-commerce, they're also merchant focused PSPs. Then agency network is, and that's one thing you should look at. Some agency network are actually helping SME businesses. Because you can earn some money, you can borrow from them as well to improve your businesses, and it's been helping a lot of people. Then there's digital assets and crypto exchange. This is very new, but I know a lot of people are using it. From using this they're using it because it helps their business in ways that traditional businesses are not using it. Though you have to be careful. Regulation is SEC. Make sure you comply with the regulation. Make sure you're always watchful for AML risk. And if there's anything I would tell you, just because you got it, you did a successful transaction, does not mean you would not face any of the regulators tomorrow to come and explain what you really did. Now, SMEs also are basically one of the larger importers in the country. They do a lot of importation. And so you have to look at who's your FX provider. If your transaction is within the FX manual, and which means that central bank says you can take out money legally, please always go to your bank. It's cheaper. except if you don't like the documentation process. There's also the BDCs and there's the IMTOs, the money remittance companies. And this is very important, especially if you're exporting and your customers are still paying you via transfers or one of the remittance companies. You should actually look into how they operate and how best, so that you could recommend the best to your customers outside the country. And the reason why you say this is this. You would, and when you look at the female fashion, you will find out that almost every tailor in Lagos has a client in US, UK. They're doing $50, $100, $200, $500 worth of sewing and exporting that outside the country. So understanding IMTO really works. You see people exporting fish. If you probably travel outside the country, one of the things that you see is dried catfish, dried goat meat. So we need to look at that as well and start recommending your preferred IMTO to your customer in whichever country you are in. But there's also something that is not seen, but they are basically the entities that help the business run very well, and those are the ecosystem support depending on the size of your SMEs, and consultant does not mean somebody paid. It just means somebody who's slightly more knowledgeable about the industry, a formal banker, somebody who has worked in payments, who can give you for free, who can do it for paid for you. You should engage them to help you design your payment strategy, to help you fuse it together. There are also people who help technical integrators. Not every SME has IT officers or who are programming people that can do it. So there are a couple of them across, and you probably talk to your bank and fintech, and they might be able to give you one. Some banks and fintechs also provide this hosting services. When you look at Amoke, for example, Amoke sells Amala. But the real people behind her, I don't know if I can mention them so that this day doesn't charge me ad money. But there's a whole entity behind her that probably is giving her ERP services and helping her sell. So when you look at it, they are ERP providers to her. We don't look at it, we just think that they are a delivery company. They're basically providing an enterprise management solution for her to sell, and they're providing a platform for her. And they're card pesos. They are probably the oldest in the industry, and they've been there for a bit.
Wow,
but
fantastic.
There's also something there as well, which are reconciliation providers. Most SMEs don't have the ability to reconcile their transactions, and we've been seeing that, and people have been having a lot of tax issues because of that. I think that's all.
Fantastic. I mean, it was so good, Mr. Ganiyu. Thank you for delving, deeper into the roadmaps that SMEs can actually follow. Well, Mr. Ganiyu, thank you so much for that awesome, insightful segment. We'll come back to you shortly, but I'd like to take on our next speaker right now, another phenomenal woman. She's still here? Okay. So please let's make welcome Abiola Jinadu Matthew. Thank you. You have the stage now.
Thank you so much, Happiness. Just can you confirm that you see my screen?
Clearly, we can see it clearly.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon again. Sorry, I just said that I locked it. Okay, good afternoon again. I have lived on both sides of digital payments, and so I worked 3 years leading the marketing. Leading the marketing team at BusinessDay, and I spent a lot of that time just encouraging SMEs to go digital. I mean, many of them will have questions. Many of them would say that, I mean, can they really trust? Will the charges not be too much? Would it eat into like the margin, their profit margin? And I mean, I was also responsible for creating partnerships. So with SMEs, what are the ecosystems that we could pull on board and get into reaching more SMEs pretty much. And so yeah, and now I own my business, and it's almost like okay, not promoting digital payments anymore, but I'm now seeing the challenges that they were facing, and then they were trying to get me to help them solve. And it really just hit me at the time that, okay, digital payments are not just about moving money. For SMEs, we need to trust. It would help us be efficient. It will help us grow. And so that's just what I'll just speak to my about 6 months now, and a bit of my experience marketing digital payments. So I mean, as an SME founder now, the struggles are real, like that I can say. And we juggle different apps, bank transfers, spending hours reconciling at the end of the month. And Mr. Ganyu just that was pretty much his last point before he finished speaking. Some of the fees are high, cutting into already thin margins. Customers still hesitate. We have people who still prefer cash and not trusting digital payments. For those of us who serve some of our clients abroad, issues with international payments, that can be a nightmare. And some platforms just, don't support our bank. So for example, I think it was May. Yes, in May, I had one of the very first client that I onboarded in the US. She wanted to make payment, right? And she didn't know about World Remit. So I had reached out to her and, sorry, the chat is going up just to be sure. Your payments, it's important that you look at your records, right? In my business, I've noticed that most payments come in mid-month, and that's pretty much when my clients are balancing their accounts. So I ensure that, the insight has helped me time invoices better, let me put it that way. And just to quickly wrap up, because I'm gotten 3 messages now. I'm saying that digital payments are not just a tool, they're a growth engine. And what do I really mean by this? I would say that I would even maybe just advise both sides of the conversation. So to fintechs, you guys have built amazing platforms. I think it's important to continue listening to SMEs, because I did reach out to the partner that I mentioned that we didn't see their bank on the platform the client was trying to make payments with. And they were able to receive that feedback, working on it. It makes us easier. It makes things easier for us when we receive feedback from us. And in terms of the SMEs, I would want us to not just see digital payments as a burden. It's an investment, right? I know that a couple of us talk about the charges and whatnot, hidden fees, but it's more as an investment in our growth. If we start small, it's like a platform for us to grow. At the end of the day, it's not just, oh, we have this tech, it's able to help us scale. And then also I'll just put it to even the fintechs that if we have the right support, we have the right transparency, it helps us innovate. And I really think that at this point, sorry, just got another message, apologies. Okay, sorry, I'll just stop here. Happiness, I'm sorry if I took up the time, but yeah, just thank you so much. I would stop sharing my screen now. Okay.
We can't hear you, Happiness. You're on mute.
So sorry, I just saw you mentioned you have to wrap up at 1:54. Apologies. Okay. Oh, you're muted.
Because of time, I would have to wrap up right now. But I'll formally like to thank all our speakers for today. You all have sites. We want to thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us today on SME Clinic. Thank you, the amazing Mary Jane Okpala. Thank you so much. Our growth lead. And a super thank you to Mr. Ganiyu, fine wine in strategy, and also in cross-border payments. And also special thank you to Chizurum Amago, our business executive. It was so great having you all. Finally, special thank you to the super phenomenal Abiola Jenadu Matthew. I wish we could have 5 hours, literally, but it's time.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.